audio on. Let's see if you're putting any sound through it. Does anyone have anything fun they want to say?
I mean, I could babble about something.
Pull a trap. It takes a minute. What is it? Test.
No. You want me to talk about little bricks? I do that
Right, everyone, we'll get started. All right, welcome to the July 10th, 2025 VAR small meeting. My name is Lindsay Van Slamberg. I'll be your chair this evening. Fellow board members present with me today are Daryl Cobb, Becky Finno, and Fillmore Wilson. City staff present today are Frankie Pinto, BARS Administrator, and Rachel Four, Preservation Planner. The order of tonight's meeting will be as follows. For each application, we'll hear an introduction overview of the project for the benefit of the board and the public. From there will be the applicant's presentation. The applicant should approach the podium, state your name first and last for the record, and you'll have a 10-minute period of time to present. And anyone speaking for the applicant, so this would be owners, designers, consultants, should speak during this applicant presentation period versus during public comment. By ordinance, the board can ask questions of the applicant any time. By custom, we do so on the heels of the applicant's presentation. This will be followed by public comment. Any written public comment that was timely submitted has been provided to the board for review in advance of the meeting. If you are speaking as a member of the public, please raise your hand. I'll recognize you. Approach the podium, state your name first and last for the record, and your address if you live nearby. Public comment will be followed by city staff comments and recommendations. And once we've heard from the public and city staff, the applicant will have a 5-minute period of time to clarify or respond to anything raised in the public comment or in the city staff comments and recommendations. Once the applicant response period is closed, I will move into board discussion and a vote on each application, and results will be posted on the city website. No items have been withdrawn or deferred this evening. Please turn off your cell phones and remember that the purview of this board is architecture only. So any comments related to zoning, livability, stormwater are not from the purview of this board and should not be voiced here. All right, we'll get started. Agenda item A1 is review of the minutes from the June 26, 2025 meeting. I make a motion to approve with the edits I submitted to the board this afternoon. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Fillmore. All in favor?
Aye.
None opposed. The motion passes unanimously. Agenda item B1, 250 Rutledge Avenue. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
Yes, ma'am. 250 Rutledge is in Canberra, Elliott Borough, which is Council District 6. It is category 4 in the architecture inventory, circa 1895 in the Old City District. This is an appeal of a staff decision regarding approval to replace siding, windows, and paint house. This is the property's location on Rutledge, and I will turn it over to the applicant. This is the applicant. If you want to come up to the podium, please.
Thank you. My name is James Herron. I'm here representing Scott Hedman. He had been out of town. He's the owner. And that's why he just asked me to come stand in for him. And he's asking for the windows in the side to be replaced. We've had, it's got a lot of water damage and termite damage. Recently, we found termites in one side of the house. So that's what I'm here for.
Are there any questions for the applicant?
What would, if you are requesting to replace all the siding?
Well, 90% of it looks like it's rotted. And what I'm worried about when they start in there working, I mean, it's so bad. I mean, when you start prying off, I mean, one piece to the next is gonna come off. I don't see no saving, especially on the, if you stand in front of the house and you're looking to the right side, that'd be the worst side. The best side of the house is on the porch area. Now, if we had some bad pieces there and we could save some on the other side, maybe we can replace and save some of that on the porch.
What would you plan to replace it with?
That's gonna be, y'all tell me. I can make a sample. I've been out and tried to get that siding. They don't no longer make that type of siding. Been to several places. I mean, I can go out and get different samples and I can make up some sample boards and whatever y'all want to tell me to do, that's what we'll do.
I have a question, because I was on the same topic. The drawings show replacing it with fiber cement shiplap.
No, ma'am, I think that was originally from the new part of the house in the back. That's what they wanted to do.
Okay.
And what would the windows be replaced? What,
Marvin windows, the same ones we put in the back part of the house. He said he done submitted all.
those are clad IG.
Mhm.
Thank you.
All right,
Any other questions? All right, thank you.
thank you very much.
Do we have anyone speaking from the public?
Laurel Fay with Preservation Society of Charleston. The PSC upholds staff denial of the extensive scope of historic material removal. Based on this morning's site visit, we feel confident that the applicant can work with city staff to pursue a more selective approach to repair and replacement of windows and siding, replacing material in kind only when determined to be beyond repair. Thank you.
To the Historic Charleston Foundation, each staff appreciated the opportunity to visit the site this morning. We respectfully request that as much historic material as possible be repaired rather than replaced. If replacement is necessary, we recommend that any windows and siding be replaced in kind to maintain the integrity of the structure.
Do we have anyone else speaking? Okay, Frankie, if you give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Staff only had the observation that this had been submitted as permit and due to the amount of the request could not be approved at a staff level.
Mr. Herring, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised on the public comment or the staff comment? Okay. All right, public comment in the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
So this is an appeal of the staff decision.
Yes, sir.
And so our first would be either to approve, would be to
Overturn.
uphold the staff decision or overturn it, correct?
And the staff decision was to repair
Yeah.
and replace in kind.
This is,
Staff's view is that, well, one, we could not approve the windows that were selected because they're insulated. And two, replacing the entirety of the siding, we don't feel like we should approve at a staff level. We feel like it should be repaired where possible, but if something requires wholesale replacement, we think that should be a board decision, not a staff decision.
right, I'm site visit. I think the siding can be selectively replaced in kind or repaired. And I think the windows likewise can be selectively replaced in kind or repaired. So I would make a motion to deny the appeal of the staff decision.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for denial of the appeal of the staff decision. Do I have a second?
A second.
Becky, I'll put the motion to a vote. Daryl,
In favor?
Fillmore,
In favor.
Becky,
Yeah, in favor.
chair vote to the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Herring. Agenda item 2, 60 Cannon Street. Frankie, if you give us an introduction and overview of the project, please.
Sorry, I couldn't type that fast. 60 Cannon Street is in Cannon Borough, Elliott Borough. It is Council District 2, Council District 6, in Category 2, circa 1835 in the Old City District. They're requesting conceptual approval to reconfigure the front stairs and remove a site wall and railing from the terrace driveway. The property location on Cannon, and we will turn it over to the applicant.
Good evening. My name is Ben Hess. I'm a senior associate at Sebastian von Marshall's office. I'm here representing Sebastian. He's actually traveling back from the trip. As Rachel said, we're proposing to demolish the existing stair, which is very unsafe and it just continued to deteriorate. It almost looks dilapidated when you're out there. It consists of 2 landings with noticeably different riser heights, and actually narrows from the upper landing down to the lower landing. From a structural standpoint, framing was added over the years just to reinforce it, and it's quite shoddy. But overall, the existing staircase, we believe, was built in the second half of the 20th century and is really ripe for replacement and reconfiguration. There are some aspect of the existing staircase we're going to retain, and that is some of the turned balusters that are on the stairs. We're going to reuse those in the new configuration. Then we move on. So we have a new staircase. new staircase we're proposing is in keeping with precedent, and as Laurel from the Preservation Society pointed out this morning so kindly, it is a sister house of 68 Cannon Street, and that stair, I looked at this afternoon, that stair is of the same configuration, straight run, without the turn. And the new design keeps with precedent and is sympathetic and appropriate for mid-1840s Greek revival house. And as I think I've stated before, it's symmetrical and leads from the porch directly down to the grade. New turn balusters will be fabricated to match the existing turn balusters. And then, pardon me, we're also proposing as a bit of a nod to reuse, we're going to take these two concrete newel posts that are the base of the existing stair, reuse them at the base of the new stair. And the underside of the stair will be beaded, just a beadboard with a trim pattern underneath. And we do have a structural engineer on board to help us with the attachment to the existing deck. The other aspect of the project we're going to be addressing is access from the drive to the brick patio. Right now, you walk under the existing stair to reach that brick patio in the ground floor level. We are proposing to take away one section of a low modern CMU site wall with railing on top of it and replace it with a single concrete or single stone step that steps down from the gravel to the gravel drive down to the patio. And that will provide us access to the ground floor unit. That's the heart of it, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions for the applicant?
One, the knee wall next to the driveway is CMU.
Yes, sir.
I don't think it was on your drawings, but I think it was mentioned this morning at the site visit that the little lower knee walls in front, I think are parged brick over brick, and one of those is going to be modified, correct, for access into from the front into the underneath the stairs.
That's not the plan. Our plan is to take away that one section.
Just that one section. Okay.
Yeah, the one's
Just
parallel.
understood the conversation.
No worries. The one parallel to Cannon
Right.
Street are to remain.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
No.
All right, thank you. Do we have anyone speaking? All right, Frank, if you give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
That have a couple observations. We appreciate the return to a more appropriate stair for this historic house, and we have no objection to the removal of the knee wall along the driveway. Staff recommendation is a conceptual approval with preliminary and final review by staff of permit documents.
Thank you, Frankie. Mr. Hess, did you want to respond to or clarify anything in the staff comments?
Good, thank you.
All right, public comment in the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
It's fine. I agree with staff.
I think
agree
it's,
with staff.
yeah, great improvement.
Make a motion to approve it as submitted.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with preliminary and final review by staff of permit documents. Was that your motion, Daryl?
Yeah. Good motion.
All right, do I have a second to Daryl's motion?
I second.
You bet. Put the motion to a vote. Fillmore,
Yay in favor.
Daryl,
Yeah, in favor.
thank you.
Yeah, in favor.
Your vote to the majority and the motion passed unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Hess.
Thank you.
All right, 10 Duke's Court. What to explain, is it really 8 Duke's Court?
That's kind of the confusion.
10 or 8 Duke's Court. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
Okay, sorry. Oh, up to. Doesn't do that. So the property at what is now 10 Duke's Court is in East Side, Council District 4. It is a category 4 in the architecture inventory circa 1940 and the historic materials demolition purview. They are requesting approval for full demolition of the building. And this is the property on Duke's Court. And I'll go ahead and explain this, though I think it should be in staff observations. Originally, there was another building, and that was to the, looking at that photo to the left. That was 10 Dukes. This was 8 Dukes. At some point, the city GIS removed the number 8 from the property. So there was only one number for 2 buildings. And 10 Dukes was previously, the original 10 Dukes, the north side building was removed a few years ago. I'm ready for the applicant. And I've got some more explanation and staff comments as well.
Good afternoon, my name is Rudolph Cochran. I'm the owner of 10 Dukes Court. And that's the address. The 8 came about because of the post office. The post office just used 8 as a delivery for mail for that address, but the address is 10 Dukes Court. As you could see from what you're looking at, the building is in disrepair. It's had a fire over the years, 2 fires actually, because the fire department reported that one was within the last 3 months or so. But as you could see, it's prohibitive to rehab that building. The price would be astronomical just to get it back, because it would be over 75% to get it back to where it should be. And it's a bite on the community, and we just think that the best course would be for it to be demolished. On the site visit this morning, I think some of you were there and you couldn't go in the building because the building is just that bad. You can't go around to the rear of the building, also because it's in bad shape. And it's really unsafe in the community. And I think the best bet for it would be to be totally demolished. Any questions?
Is it in a flood zone?
No, it's not.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Cochran.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone speaking?
Philly Historic Charleston Foundation, HCF strongly opposes demolition of the historic 1940s residential building on Dukes Court. Once part of a pair of multi-unit dwellings, this building is now the sole surviving example of its type on the site. It represents an important period of Charleston's residential development history and contributes to the historic fabric of the neighborhood. HCF urges that all possible alternatives to demolition be thoroughly explored and respectfully request a deferral until structural reports are submitted. Thank you.
Laurel Fay with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The PSC appreciated the chance to visit the site this morning and speak to the owner. This 1940s duplex is a unique building type that speaks to the early 20th century development of Dukes Court and represents the legacy of its former sister house that was lost in recent years. Retaining this building's form as part of the streetscape would allow for the story of this neighborhood to be told more fully and add significant value to future redevelopment of the site. Recognizing that the rear of the building has been impacted most severely by fire damage and that the gabled porches are not original, preserving the most intact historic portion of the building fronting Dukes Court should be prioritized. We ask that action be taken swiftly to stabilize the building and that the applicant coordinate with staff to submit a revised proposal for partial demolition of non-original features and/or areas where structural compromise can clearly be demonstrated. We encourage the applicant to retain as much historic material as possible in rehabilitating this building, and the Preservation Society is always glad to serve as a resource throughout this process. Thank you.
Do we have anyone else speaking from the public? All right, Frank, you can give us any staff comments and recommendations, please.
Okay, so first I've got a timeline kind of explaining how we've gotten to where we are today. So back in 2020, a demolition permit was applied for 10 Dukes Court, but it required a BER review, which would have required board review. At some point, the chief building official ordered down the north building, and his report refers to the north building and it being 10 Dukes Court. In 2021, the permit was finally obtained for the demolition of the north structure. And at that time, there was a structural report for that building referencing a south structure, 8 Dukes Court. There's also a letter from the planning department at that time, we always write a letter when a building is ordered down saying that, we wish this building had been saved. It's sort of a standard thing. And it references that in BAR files, the south building is known as 8 Dukes Court. In 2024, a demolition permit was applied for again for 10 Dukes Court. Our GIS system indicated there was a structure there. Our assumption was that the permit had not, the previous demo permit had not been executed. The request was actually for the south structure, as it was the only building on the property. But the permit was approved by staff, referencing that previous order from the chief building official because of the numbering issue. This permit expired before it was executed, but we received information that there was a plan to demolish this building. And so we placed a stop work order on the property to give us a chance to talk to the property owner. Oops, sorry, I lost my notes. Mr. Cochran came in and spoke to staff, which is when this whole sort of story came out, and we discovered that there are departments in the city that have gotten rid of the number 8. So some of us still have 8 Dukes Court in our system, but our addressing system no longer has it, which means our permitting system no longer has 8 Dukes Court as an address. Now, that being said, staff observation, which are our standard comments for this, is that the building is a classic example of a vernacular Charleston architecture. And there were structures that were, this was constructed as sister houses, and we lost the other sister house from this pair. As usual with these type of demolitions, staff recommendation is denial. If you have more questions for staff about how this mistake happened, I'm happy to answer them.
Mr. Cochran, do you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or the staff comments before we move into board discussion?
Yes, I'd like to say something else. We applied, as you could see from the picture, that the north building was gone. We got a permit for that building and we tore that building down. Then afterwards, a year later, we applied in 11/24 for another permit to tear down the existing building on that property. And what the permit that we got, it says demolition of existing structure. The only structure on that property was the building that's there now. We got approval for that. And we were about to proceed to tear it down. The day before we were to start, then we got the stop work order. So that stopped everything in its track. But like I said, the building's in disrepair. And we had gotten a lawful demolition permit from the city to do this. So we were getting ready to move forward when we ran into this little snafu here. So I would like for the city to, and the BAR, to approve what they've already approved. And so we could move forward with the demolition of this structure and make the neighborhood a little safer and the property, look a little better. It won't be so blighted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cochran. All right, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
I'm still a little confused. The permit that was issued, was
They thought that
the
it
permit
was,
issued for this building or for a structure on the
North.
property?
The north.
it was issued for the north building that was already demolished, and it was
So-
properly demolished. Ken had ordered that. And I think
That was ordered down by Ken and received a permit in 2021 and properly demolished.
and then when it came back, I
but
think you
this-
guys thought it was the same, like just a
Right.
reapplication.
So it was believed by staff that we were issuing a permit for a building that was already gone. What Mr. Cochran applied for, his documentation says existing building on property. What BAR staff did not realize was that was not the building that Ken ordered down. It was a separate thing. because of the addressing issue that we have. Both buildings were in addressing as 10 Dukes Court. And we don't know when 8 was removed from the system.
But Ken did not order this one down.
No, Ken's letter says North Building.
So this, no city department has ordered this structure now.
No, we actually had Ken go and confirm that he was not ordering this one down.
Just let from the submittal, there's no engineer's report. There are no drawings that we don't, there's really nothing in the submittal except the photographs to demonstrate that this building couldn't be rehabilitated. And so problem with the lack of information submittal. I understand, but certainly in disrepair, access to the exterior of it is mostly inhibited by vegetation as opposed to actually being able to get around the building and take a sound look at the backside. It's predominantly inhibited by vegetation, which could be cleared. So that is clearly example of vernacular architecture, mid-century or pre-mid-century actually architecture. And so I'm struggling with proving demolition unless there could be further information that would demonstrate how that building couldn't be rehabilitated. Or that there is, and it is not somehow historically significant as a type.
I think if we're leaning towards a deferral, we need to give the applicant clear instructions. So a structural report, is that what we want to see?
I think there needs to be proof that it needs to come down. Otherwise, I'm in agreement with Fillmore and the preservation. I'm in agreement that it's indicative of the architecture, of the history of the architecture of that area. I think it's a good candidate for the abandoned building tax credit. So I think it, I feel certain it could be, at least portions of it could be refurbished.
Would probably agree with staff and deny it as submitted.
Yeah.
So if they want to come back with a different approach, then that would be fine. Consider that.
So denial versus a deferral.
Right.
Okay. Do we have a motion on the floor?
I would make a motion for denial as submitted.
We have a motion on the floor for denial as submitted. Do I have a second to Fillmore's motion?
I second.
Thank you, Becky. I'll put the motion to a vote. Daryl,
Yeah, in favor.
Fillmore,
Yeah, in favor.
Becky.
Being in favor.
The chair vote to the majority and the motion passed unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, agenda item 4, 106 Columbus Street. Frankie, if you give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
106 Columbus Street is in East Side, Council District 4. They are a category 4, circa 1920, in the Old City District, requesting approval for demolition of a rear addition. This is the property's location on Columbus Street. And I will turn this over to the applicant.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Crouch. I'm representing the owner of 106 Columbus Street. We had a pretty detailed report done by Miss Christina Butler, but I'll give you guys the highlights. Let's see. 106 Columbus was built in 1852. It's a classic Charleston single, but longer than a typical one. And there's a trim band on the east elevation that kind of suggests maybe there was an addition done to the original mass. But in the 1882 map, you can see that the full length had already been there. The properties had a number of rear additions, single story. In 1902, there was two single story additions, one with a metal roof, one with a shingle roof. In 44, the shingle roof addition had been removed. In 51 here, you can see that addition remained, and also in 55. Those rear additions were set in from the main mass of the property. Also in 44, you can see there was a porch that was also removed along that single story addition. 1951 had the same footprint. In 1960, the property was listed for rent as an 8-room house, could be single residence or 2 apartments, 8 large rooms, which leads us to believe that it was originally 1, 2, 3, 4 rooms along the ground floor and 4 rooms on the second floor. Both had 1 bathroom on each floor. 1969, there is a record of 2 rooms being added, which we believe are these 2 rooms here. 1968 is the first record of the property being occupied by 2 separate tenants. So it had been a single family residence up until 1968. And then 1987, it underwent a pretty major renovation. We're not exactly sure the extent, but we believe a lot of it was kind of stripped to the studs. So our request is to demolish this rear addition here. We believe it's not the historic addition that shows up on the early maps. Evidence of it coming proud of the porch where the previous one was inbound. And then we would also like to restore the rear portion of the piazza and give that back to the porch space. This is the rear addition here. And on this side as well, you can see the trim. There's actually a trim band like right here as well. That's kind of tucked behind the adjacent house. That's why we thought it could have been like a more prototype Charleston single and then was added on at some point. And here is the survey of the property, seeing the original structure stretching to the rear here. This is the portion that we are requesting demolition for.
Any questions for the applicant?
Any drawings of what you're planning to do? Oh, second.
We're here for just demolition approval.
Any other questions? All right, thank you. Do we have anyone speaking from the public?
Laurel Fay with the Preservation Society of Charleston. While we understand that the 1-story addition that appears in the 1902 Sandbar map has clearly been altered over time, the PSC encourages the applicant to pursue exploratory demolition to see if the original footprint can be identified and that any historic material be salvaged and reused. Thank you.
Charleston Foundation, since the addition is not original to the historic building, HCF does not oppose its demolition. However, we request that any historic material uncovered during the demolition be salvaged. We are also very supportive of reopening the piazza.
Is there anyone else speaking? All right, Frankie, if you give us any staff comments and recommendations, please.
The report was very long about that.
I'll just read from my slide. Staff have no objection to the removal of the rear addition, and we appreciate that your proposals for reopening the enclosed piazza.
Okay. Did you want to respond to or clarify anything in the public comment or staff comment? All right, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
I agree with staff. I think those, if there is something left of that original, one-story addition that shows up on the 1944 soundboard, buried inside that, and if you look at the floor plan, it's probably really not there. Windows in the addition on the sides and in the back all are, they do not look to me like they've ever been replaced, and they have aluminum jam liners, which would make that at the very earliest to the mid to late 50s and probably more likely in the 60s or 70s. So I think it's later. I don't really have any heartache about taking it off, and I really appreciate opening up that porch.
Great.
I think that's very positive.
If they found anything from the older Sanborn maps, I would imagine it would be just some bricks or something, bad foundation. So I don't have any problem with the demolition either.
Like I said, even though the windows, I don't, it could be, from the 60s, but I don't think they're historic enough to worry about recycling. So
I would make a motion for approval.
I think this would be a motion for approval with a board condition that they wait the 30-day appeal period.
Yes.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for approval of demolition with a board condition that the applicant wait the 30-day appeal period for permitting. And I do have a second to Becky's motion.
second.
Thank you, Fillmore. Put the motion to a vote. Daryl,
Yeah, in favor.
Becky,
Yay in favor.
Fillmore.
Yeah, in favor.
The chair votes to the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
All right, agenda item 5, 82 Alexander Street. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction and overview of the project, please.
82 Alexander Street is in the Garden District, Council District 4. It is unrated. They're in the Olden Historic District. They're requesting approval for demolition of the wall. And this is the property's location on Alexander Street. And I'll turn it over to the applicant.
I'm Ashley Jennings. I'm the architect on the project. I believe y'all all saw the wall today. We believe that the date was approximately, it was definitely past 1972. So it's really on the cusp of what's considered historic. And the intent is to leave the 2 brick piers on the end and remove the stucco over block wall on the interior. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for the applicant? Thank you. Do we have anyone speaking from the public? All right, Frankie, if you give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Okay, staff had some observations that when we wrote the comment, the age of the wall was uncertain. And that walls are character defining features, but staff does not object to demolition of the wall. So staff recommendation is approval of demolition.
All right. Ashley, did you want to respond to or clarify anything in the staff comments? Thank you. All right, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
It's alcohol.
I agree with staff.
Make a motion to approve demolition.
A motion to approve demolition, and I think we still need the board condition. The applicant waits 30-day appeal period to pull permit. Do I have a second to Daryl's motion?
Second.
Thank you, Becky. Put the motion to a vote. Fillmore,
Yeah, in favor.
Daryl,
Yeah, in favor.
Becky,
Yay in favor.
chair votes with the majority and the motion passes unanimously. And then agenda item 6, also 82 Alexander Street. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction and overview of the project, please.
1 second, I am putting in the last motion. Who seconded that?
Becky.
Right, 82 Alexander in the Garden District, Council District 4. New construction in the Old Historic District is requesting conceptual approval for a new single-family dwelling for the is still the property's location on Alexander Street, and I will turn it back over to Ashley.
Once again, Ashley Jennings representing my clients, Rob and Lisa Harris. This is a lot that previously held an existing historic single house on it that dates from 1881. We're not sure whether that structure was moved or was built there. I'm going to go to the Sanborn maps just to show you what you can see. The black square indicates the property we're talking about. You see the 1902 and 1944 Sanborn maps here. There's an existing single house and an outbuilding that was in about the location where we're proposing the garage, just so you understand the precedent of what was there before. At some point, we believe that 80 Alexander, which is the building that's just south of this lot on this Sanborn map, actually acquired that property, and that's where the wall came from. Because when this lot was sold, it was considered 80B. And so I'll go back now just to talk about a little bit about context. So here's the context on Alexander Street. You can see that to the left of the site or to the north of the site, you have wood frame structures, and to the south of the site, you have a masonry structure with stucco. The 80 Alexander was actually a 3-story building prior to the 1886 earthquake, and it lost its 3rd story. But you can see that as you approach Calhoun Street, you start to see some more commercial development. So you've got a kind of a mixed context here. And as you look across the street, you've got some varying scales of buildings here. So it's a kind of an eclectic area of Alexander Street. And my clients live in Connecticut. They own a house in Mount Pleasant, so they've been coming to Charleston for a while and decided they wanted to move to Charleston. So this is going to be an occupied single-family residence. Been working with them for a year to kind of develop a plan that they were happy with. They're downsizing. And so what you see here is the result of a good bit of time working with them to develop a site plan and plans and elevation that they are happy with. You can see that the proposal is to create a single family residence on the front of the property. You have a pool and a very, very small pool and a garage in the back. As far as the site plan goes, this is just a conceptual layout to show you what the intention of the property is, but there will definitely be a little bit more landscaping and some better thought put into the site plan as we move forward. And this property is in a flood zone, so it has to be elevated. That's why you see the stairs situated as they are. The intent was to occupy a similar location on the site that the original structure was, and to observe all the setbacks, even with the garage at the rear. And so what you have is similar to a single house plan where you have room after room after room, but we've occupied that little portion that might typically be a piazza for a little bit of expansion of space and for a stairwell. They've got a rear porch on this ground floor. And then on the second floor, as you can see, the space comes out over that porch to create a bedroom up there. It's not a very big house, but there's some storage and some opportunity for them to live here and have their adult children come and visit. One of the requests they had was for some sort of rooftop element to be able to walk out and see the city. And so you can see on the roof plan, we've got a terrace on the front and the back of the property. As far as the design goes, the intent was to create a building that referenced more of the building to the south, or 80 Alexander, as far as architecturally what's going on. You do see that the rooftop element that actually sits back is differentiated with a type of siding to create a differentiation there. Here you can see the side elevations, once again, stucco over masonry with a wood frame element on the top. The garage, I'll go back and show you on the site plan. The garage is there because our clients have a couple of cars that they like to tinker with, and the intent is to have a lift in there so that he can be able to work below the car when it's there. That's why you've got a window element on the front of the building on the roof, and the intent is for that area to be vaulted. Some elevations of the garage building. The intent there is to be pretty quiet. This is just a streetscape to show you how the building relates to the context. And some model images. And you can see, especially in this model image, where those two brick piers are to remain. And the brick pier on the south side that is embedded on the facade of that building is actually not on this property. It belongs to the other property, but the intent is to create a gate behind that frames that driveway. And just a couple more images. Do you have any questions?
No,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone speaking from the public?
Utility Historic Charleston Foundation, HCF appreciated the opportunity to visit the site this morning. We think the design is headed in a good direction, but we do have concerns about the overall proposed height of the building and design of the rooftop structure. Zoning code section 54-306 states the following: if any portion of a structure subject to the jurisdiction of the VAR is within 50 feet of an existing structure rated exceptional group 1 or excellent group 2 on the historic architecture inventory adopted by section 54-235, or a structure in the landmark overlay district, such portion of the structure shall not exceed the height of such existing structures unless approved by the VAR based on architectural merit and context. 82 Alexander Street is located adjacent to and within 50 feet of 80 Alexander Street, the Gadsden Dewey's house, constructed 1800 to 1810, which is rated as a group 2 structure on the architectural inventory. We do not believe that the proposed project meets the threshold for the special VAR approval based on architectural merit or context. HCF respectfully requests that the board follow the intent of section 54-235 to protect the significance of our historic structures and require 82 Alexander Street not to exceed the height of 80 Alexander. We also recommend further refinement of that top floor to better align with its historic context.
Anyone else?
Hi, my name is Fred Willis, and I live in the neighborhood, and I head up a development committee for the neighborhood in which we review plans, get the neighborhood together, ask for a general opinion, and then come before you to express that. In this particular case, we were not made aware of this plan until Friday, and on Monday, Ashley kindly sent me the plans, and I was able to distribute it to a few people. So I'm here to sort of share a couple of those opinions, but not tell you that the neighborhood has reviewed it as a neighborhood like to do. But I wanted to share the comments since it's before you tonight. The first comment, I'd like 2 comments to read just from people who responded to my sending them out plans and asking for the opinion. The structure proposed at 82 Alexander is not sympathetic to the historic features that characterize its setting, which includes homes built more than 2 centuries ago. Seems to detract from it. The structure looks more like coastal construction with a roof line and height that don't conform with the adjacent properties. The garage seemingly is built out of place. As you see, it's no symmetry with the driveway, and the individual pointed out in our particular neighborhood, there are really no freestanding garages. And this street is unusual in one sense that a lot of these properties here, a few of them are DR, which does allow a higher density. Majority of our properties in Mesquite-Ragboro, which we now call the Garden District, are much larger, and therefore they're zoned DR1F. So we have a higher standard in terms of lot coverage. The second comment I got from several people was, where's the green space? And this kind of addresses the massing of the property, because I know we're here today to discuss height, scale, and mass. The roof line and window of the garage looks very urban, was another comment I got. And again, this is going to design and I want to stick to the scale. So the primary issues I think that are before us as the neighborhood is the height. As the lady just said from Historic Charleston Foundation, there is a zoning code in place that says if you're within 50 feet of a group 1 or a group 2 home, you have to be no higher than that particular home. Unless the application is for a home and seeking to have height variance, if you want to call it that, because of its architectural merit, which I don't think applies in this case. So we feel like in looking at, and I don't know, Frankie, if you could go to the site plan. So the two issues for us are the massing of the property. And I know they're gonna do some tweaking because we're not there yet, but between the, you can just look at that and the lot is almost entirely covered. What is not covered in that little green part, which may be expanded, is all hardscape. Building footprint and the garage and the pool. So that, to me, or to us, the comments I got is talk about the mass of the structure at that site. The height we just mentioned. So what we'd like to talk about, now, Frankie, if you could go just to the, yeah, keep going to where the height, the 3 houses are.
The streetscape.
Yeah, that, no, yeah, they're right there. So the house on the far right is the group 2 house. And obviously this house next door is within 50 feet of that. So that's the issue we think would ask for restudy of the height and a restudy of the massing of the property. So we would ask that the application be deferred for restudy of height and mass. And then certainly invite the architect to meet with us in maybe a little bigger group before coming back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else?
Laurel Bay with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The PSC feels that this design is starting in a good place and takes design cues from its historic streetscape while reading as a modern interpretation. However, we appreciate the Garden District Neighborhood Association bringing to our attention that 80 Alexander is a Category 2 building rated excellent in the architectural survey, and therefore Section 54-306-12 of the zoning ordinance comes into play. Since this proposed building is within 50 feet of the Category 2 structure, this proposal should include a request for additional height based on architectural merit. Further, we are sympathetic to the resident concerns that the neighborhood association has not had adequate opportunity to review and respond to this proposal. For these reasons, this proposal should be deferred. Thank you.
Is there anyone else speaking from the public? All right, Frankie, if you'll give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Staff had some observations. We also felt like the proposal was overwhelming surrounding historic structures. And part of that was with the large overhang of the 3rd floor. Due to the large overhang, the 3rd floor roof seems to start to levitate over the structures in the rendering. Staff conditions for approval: the 3rd floor should be set in from the sides as well as from the front. Proposal showed that there are composite shutters. Typically the BR only approves wood shutters. Restudy rear bump out above the porch reads as a later addition, and that is visible from East Bay Street. And the dormer of the garage should not start directly on the ridge. Garage also appears very suburban in detailing and placement, and staff recommends restudy. So staff recommendation is a deferral for restudy with board and staff conditions.
Thank you, Frankie. Ashley, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or the city staff comments and recommendations?
Sure, thank you for all the comments. I want to take responsibility for not meeting with the neighborhood association, because I did not realize they were still organized as a neighborhood association. That's my fault. I typically intend to meet with neighborhood associations, so that's my fault. As far as the comments go, I want to go back to the Sanborn maps. Just to look at the lot coverage that was existing. We're talking about massing. And to look at the surrounding properties. So this is a pretty good figure ground. Of course, we take the figure ground from GIS, and sometimes they're taken from shadow, so a little wonky, because we know this building actually lies over this way a little bit. But when you look at it, what we're proposing as far as lot coverage and massing over the site doesn't seem to be that different from what's happening on the surrounding properties. And I'll go back to the Sanborn map just so that we can see. As you can see, there is a building located in this position that probably wasn't a garage, because it existed in 1902, but there was a one-story small structure that was located on the site in this position. So I think from a precedent standpoint, I know we're talking about garages, but at least on this site, from a precedent perspective, there was a structure there at one point. And the lot coverage is very similar to what we're proposing. I agree with Mr. Willis that the site plan needs work and that we need to definitely provide more green space, but I would argue that this property is in keeping with the other ones as far as lot coverage goes, and it meets the zoning ordinance. The position of the rear structure cannot be on the property line and aligned with the driveway because of the setbacks, and I don't believe there's any way I could take it to the Board of Zoning Appeals and say that there's a hardship there, and that's what they would require to ask for a variance. As far as the height goes, I agree that this building could be lowered, that the element on the roof could be lowered. And I am happy to consider that if we can get some good constructive feedback from the board tonight. And also, I would agree that the garage structure could use some work, and I would be happy to entertain any kind of suggestions that the board had tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
How is the, Frankie and Fillmore, how has the board's position been on rooftop terraces and new construction on things like this in the past?
I mean, I can tell you, 6.5 years on the board that there have been several approved. Personally, generally opposed to them unless there's extreme extenuating circumstances. They violate Department of Interior standards for historic structures, and they should be a last resort. So on historic structures, and so roof appendages are generally, from my perspective, frowned on. This is a new construction, so that really doesn't have a lot of bearing. And this one, I think that there's merit in the general architectural direction. I appreciate the fact that there's some definition at the front, which gives the street presence of the building is a little narrower and a little more verticality. So I appreciate that direction. I think the penthouse does not in any way reflect the architectural character of the neighborhood. I am perfectly willing to admit that there are two enormous developments, one right over here and one right up here relative to this building. But Alexander Street in general, along those blocks, are small, relatively small, traditional structures. And I think this building, the structure could easily be a really nice modern interpretation of that. But I don't think it works with that penthouse. Roof of the penthouse extends actually and elevation appears to extend actually past the eave of the main structure. I think that the rear bump out, the rear addition, if you want to refer to it that way, the rear mass. Like my notes that the roof of the rear mass, I think, should be pulled in. I think it reads in elevation as if it's a little proud of the body of the main structure. I think that needs to be reconsidered. Composite shutters, I think, are called out, which is not, that's just a minor detail. That's not for composite structure, not for the historic district. So I think there's certainly some positive direction here, but I think it needs substantial reconsiderations. And of course, I do not think that the ultimate height should exceed the height of the category 2 building.
Do you all have anything to add?
The only thing I would add is what caught my eye was the massing of the second floor over the porch on the rear. That seemed top heavy to me.
I agree, and I think it
Yeah, I think at this point, it sounds like we're moving towards a deferral, so any constructive criticism that we can give, and I think we can adopt that as part of board comments generally.
yeah, I agree. I think the that rear section needs some restudy. If you think about precedent, I mean, it's not a very good precedent, but there are a lot of historic buildings with rear porches that have had that were at one point, you know, a second floor open porch that have been infilled.
This looks
I don't
like
think it's particularly appealing. I wasn't trying to get that far into the details.
Yeah.
I think this particular style, though, is one that we appreciate when they're taken off and restored.
That's right.
Yeah. I just-
But I certainly don't disagree with the evaluation. I just want to get that part to the details. And
I agree with all those comments. I don't personally have any problem with the footprint of the two buildings.
I don't either.
I
I think the hardscape gives you a little heart failure because of our flooding. But I think they'll work through that.
I think that the little garage needs it, you know, that I think that it looks a little suburban and the roof looks a little imposing, and it could be toned down because you're going to see part of that right up the driveway, and so I think it could stand a little fine tuning. I don't have an objection to I think all that hardscape is unfortunate. I would like to see it pervious, at least, but not. So I don't think we're there yet. But the actual footprint, it really, if you look at that, I looked at it on Google, and it is not dissimilar to the footprint of other buildings.
Yeah, it's a very dense
I
neighborhood.
don't really have
So,
an issue with that.
Do we have some consensus on a motion? Fillmore?
We do just board with
That's
board
what I'm
comments
thinking.
and
I
not
think we
conditions.
do.
And I would say deferral or restudy
Board
of,
comment.
of height and
Mass,
General,
what,
mass,
sounds like we're okay with the.
mass on the third floor, I think.
oh, yeah, well, if
Yeah.
you're thinking about it, yeah, so
Yeah.
we would do that for height and mass. And
General architectural direction.
yeah, and architectural direction. I don't want to make it sound like there's nothing positive about the way it's going. I think there's some good things about the architecture, but yeah, it's architectural
With board
direction.
comment
With board comments.
and staff conditions.
With staff.
I think these are all ones that we covered as well.
Not
Yeah.
alone, because you're, I mean, you want to do the third one.
Hmm.
Staff conditions to.
Just,
Staff conditions 2 through 5. What do you think, Phil March?
yeah, 2 through 5. I mean, I think that the big architectural issue with this is the penthouse. I think that group needs to be dealt with, and that space needs to be dealt with some other way.
I think with the board comments, that gives her enough to massage and come back. Okay, we have a motion on the floor for deferral for restudy of height, mass, and general architectural direction with board comment and staff conditions 2 through 5. Do I have a second to Fillmore's motion?
Second.
Thank you, Daryl. We'll put the motion to a vote. Becky,
A in favor.
Fillmore,
Yeah, in favor.
Daryl,
Yeah, in favor.
chair vote to the majority, and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Agenda item 7, 190 Line Street. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
190 Lime Street is in West Side Council District 6. This is new construction in the historic materials demolition purview. They're requesting approval for reconstruction of the previous structure per board motion. This is the property's location on Lime Street. And I'm going to turn it over to the applicant.
Neil Stevenson here with Neil Stevenson Architects. I know this is a controversial project. It was actually approved for an addition and a renovation years ago. And then somehow during that process, the contractor who was involved then like tore the building down without even getting approval. And so I was brought in to see if we could help push this project along. We brought it before the board, and the direction was to basically rebuild it to code, which means because it's in a flood zone, we have to elevate it. So build it back as true to its original design as possible, using the information that we had. So this is what we've got before us. So we've met with the city to give, basically just we've been trying to get as much information as we can so that we can piece this together. But what we're presenting here is as close as we could get to a reproduction with the information that we had available. And then, of course, elevating it, we decided to, which is code requirement. And we decided to elevate, we introduced the stair into the little porch, which is done quite a bit. But I think that's better than pushing the house back, which was another alternative. So we kept the house on the street, as close to the street as we could, and really just tried to reproduce it as close as you could, as per directed by this board.
Any questions for the applicant? Thank you, Neil. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I do. And looking at the drawings, window placement, did you have any guideline for fenestration placement on this when you started? Or
We had some information based from the previous submittal. We had some photographs. There's very limited amount of information. But whatever information we could get, we tried to reproduce it as close as we could to existing.
I asked just because some of the relationships with the fenestration seem odd. And so I was just curious if that was based on the research that you had, or photographs or something from the original, because of course there's nothing left on the lot at all. And
yeah,
or if it was a best guess.
And if we find other information to fill in the pieces, we're happy to do it. We're really just trying to reproduce it as close as we can to what was there as directed. I mean, that's really what the main objective was for this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, do we have anyone speaking?
Laurel Fay with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The PSC is pleased to see this reconstruction project come before the board after the tragic loss of this historic Freedman's Cottage. While we understand that this building will need to be elevated, the board's denial of after-the-fact demolition was conditioned with a requirement to rebuild the structure exactly as it was, retaining original material. This proposal requires significant restudy to ensure original details are faithfully replicated in compliance with this condition. We ask the board to defer this application based on the following areas that should be addressed prior to the next submittal. 1, the submittal should include as-built drawings or plans that were referenced to inform the proposed reconstruction. 2, the previously existing chimney is missing from the drawings and must be reconstructed as part of this proposal. 3, the treatment of the piazza screen should be restudied to eliminate the window, which is a jarring departure from the pre-existing condition. To mitigate the visual impact of the increased foundation height, we suggest subtly recessing the piazza door to accommodate a couple of stairs from the sidewalk to the door, then continuing the stairs behind the piazza screen door to the finished floor height. To match the previous configuration, the iron entry hood supports should also be replicated. 4, exposed CMU is not an appropriate foundation treatment and should be brick or stucco in keeping with streetscape precedents. 5, the vertical siding in the gable should be custom milled to match the previous beaver tail profile. 6, the submittal provides no information on the proposed roof material, which should be hand crimped standing seam metal. 7, and lastly, we ask for clarification on whether any salvageable historic material is available for reuse as part of this reconstruction, excuse me. Thank you.
I have a question for you before you go. As-built drawings, I don't know how the city didn't have any as-built drawings, right? Like, I don't know what the architect's gonna do to get as-built
It would
drawings.
show it without being elevated.
Say it again,
It would be showing the building without elevation,
showing what he has now not being elevated.
what it
Okay.
was, yeah.
So, okay, I got it. Thank you.
Did the city or preservation, any of the preservation groups, did anybody have like any historic images? I just was on Google and in 2011, it's that front window's boarded up. Did anybody have a picture of this, an old?
We
I don't know.
looked at the Preservation Society, unfortunately, we didn't have any, that
Nothing.
didn't have the boards.
Okay, and
Neil, did you have any drawings or find anything that in respect to what was previously there?
No, there was surprisingly little, or not really surprising, but very little information that we could get. We moved to the library
There was a survey done with photographs done by SOS Charleston, I think it was about 10 years ago. That does have some photos and some notes about.
And where is that again?
It was done by a class, I think Julie O'Connor did, with the group SOS Charleston.
So Neil can get that, Neil, can you get that?
Yeah.
information?
I've been reaching out to Julia, but she has not returned my call.
even if it was 10 years ago, I'm just looking, this is 2011 on Street View and it's boarded up in 2011.
Got it.
So you can't really see it. Anyways. Did we have any more questions? Oh, wait, we are in public comment. I apologize.
Keys Utility Historic Charleston Foundation, HCF is encouraged to see the drawings for the reconstruction of 190 Line Street. In keeping with the board's motion, we would like to see the structure rebuilt as it was, with the understanding that elevation, if necessary, may result in some changes. We believe the front door should be elevated appropriately in the form of the piazza screening should be retained without the window. Additionally, we noted the removal of the chimney in the current drawings and would like to see that feature retained. Yep.
Is there anyone else speaking from the public? All right, Frankie, if you'll give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Okay, so staff does have first some observations. We did recommend checking a number of sources, including that survey by SOS Charleston. Looking for any other historic photos, even including some previous Google Street Views. Something to inform the placement of windows on the building. The jerkin head or clipped gable roof is one of the most significant character defining features of this, and that should be carefully reconstructed. The structure does have to be elevated per FEMA requirements. And prior to demolition, the original structure did receive a permit to elevate for FEMA. Staff conditions for approval, the front and rear facade should be restudied. In the drawings, the windows and the flood vents all appear misaligned within the facade. Restudy windows and the window in the piazza screen. Piers elevating the building should align with piazza columns. Fenestration on the piazza should be restudied for placement. If there is no documentation to be found of the original placement, windows and doors should follow a more typical rhythm seen in historic structures. Staff recommendation is a deferral for additional documentation and restudy with board and staff conditions.
Thank you, Frankie. Neil, did you want to respond to or clarify anything in the public comment or the staff comments?
I guess just so that everyone knows that this is a completely different client, so it's not the same people. But other than that, we really just, if there's more information, I mean, we reached out to Julie O'Connor, and we tried to do as extensive research as we could, but we're, if anyone has any other information, we're open to following whatever we can find, you know.
Thank you. All right, public comment in the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote. And before we start, just to clarify our review here, it's only demolition. So, but we already denied the demolition. It's got to be built back as it was previously. So I think I'm a little unclear on.
So this, and I do have someone from legal here to correct me if I get this wrong, but from our understanding that when this has happened in previous circumstances,
And we don't really know what's
well,
there.
for starters, we have to make some allowances to meet current building code, so it does have to be elevated. So retaining the form of this as much as possible while allowing for that elevation.
Mhm.
Um,
I'm trying to figure out the nuance of that window pattern, you know, or I guess, are they going to work with staff on what staff has thought might historically have been there? Since we don't know.
well,
And maybe you're looking for guidance.
well, one is we're looking for guidance.
Okay. Okay, no, I think,
Yeah, I'm just, I'm wondering sort of what our role is, because we don't have, I mean, it's because the demolition was denied, but after the fact demolition was denied, do we then somehow gain purview over what goes back?
I don't,
I certainly would.
Since
love
it
to
has
have
to
it,
be
but I'm not sure
constructed,
we
this
do
is
have
something
it.
along the lines of mitigation for that denial.
so I think maybe looking at the plans and Fillmore, you'd probably be better on this, but when I look at this plan, that front window,
Well, I mean, there's,
that's not what would have been there.
if we actually are looking at this as a plan for approval or not, I would defer it because there's not nearly enough information here. And I mean, I think there are sources that probably are there to get better information so that you could produce, as the Charleston decision and PSC, that could produce a set of as-built drawings that could then be compared to the elevation drawings. I mean, right off the bat, clearly that front window at the piazza screen appropriate. An exposed CMU foundation is inappropriate. There are no details. The way that clipped roof is terminated and the eaves dealt with. I mean, there's no detail there. That's very critical. How the piazza screen is going to read in elevation. There is, we have an elevation, but we're looking at approval for that. I don't think that meets the standards that the board has for elevation, for elevating a historic structure. So if I were making a motion, I would defer this for additional information on the original appearance of the building before demolition, with appropriate photographs if available and drawings. And then appropriate submittal of drawings with the building elevated, following the guidelines that the board established for elevated or structures. I'm just not sure if that's in our purview, honestly. I'm not, I don't know. I mean, our only purview here is demolition,
And we denied it.
and we denied the demolition. And so now I'm sure all of this is probably with staff's, maybe within staff's purview, but I'm not sure it's in our purview.
I think that's where on this application that. I'll make a motion to go into executive session for the purpose of obtaining legal advice. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
None opposed, the motion passes unanimously. Great.
I mean, serve the contract and just or something down. This previous owner. I guess you don't know, they come off with the lines and say, no, no. Sorry. Oh, I'm renovating it. So. They get. Yeah. You don't really like.
Yeah.
I don't want. I want this.
I do too.
What reason? You know.
Yeah.
It could be 20 minutes, I see, figure that out. Pretty good.
So. They, all of the function things. It was like a year. And so this Zoom's all this smart. It's like. So, you know. These are policy.
Things at this story.
Yeah, right. So
What the new client and new advertising, they're going into this session, they were serious.
With that,
They were.
They were closed on this.
Yeah, they're going into legal. Yes. There's not a lot of information on it. Is this your first shot at this then? So that you
Yeah.
expect comments like this, these staff comments?
Yeah.
Right, right. Yeah. Get this out.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get. I didn't realize it was- Yes, it was just-
Oh, no, she was the AR person.
That's what's up.
Yeah.
It wasn't. Right, I can tell.
What up? I don't know. You just can't go to it. And he just all face like. Oh, what he thought it was. And cleared it. It wasn't like, no, I'm saying, how, so there was, they cleared it. This is how. Yes. Yeah.
They're already here, they're. Yeah.
I mean, a lot of segments. That would be. Which.
Mercury.
Line from the window, the different type, clearly not.
Wow.
See that guy's.
Who said that?
I saw you, I thought you were here on the video set, but I remember you were not.
I know, I remember when he told me.
So, which one is he's on the project?
But yeah, the last one, which Leo will be here.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. Really?
I guess.
Okay.
That's the fact.
This is for church.
Well, this way.
It's a new one.
Right, yeah, no, that's the fact.
Yeah, I looked that lot.
Oh,
To be quite.
I was going to go. Oh, my God.
Right order. Let's see what the age is. So. Weird, you see them a lot?
Yeah.
It's the thing, oh, yeah, same, I just venture out of that place, I just been there one day.
It doesn't even seem really.
I don't see the place in mountain, you see it's just glass.
Yeah, it's got very good.
Oh, yeah. It's the same guy, and then you built that. Oh, really? Jeez.
Ball with this.
Place that has that bridge. Where is it? North Carolina, it's the same. It's still a huge store.
Two weeks later. Beautiful, yeah.
Can't see it anywhere.
Electric.
Yeah. I don't know whether.
So you moved a lot. You had a.
So easy to get to, too.
That was one and done, or you have to come back?
Sometimes. What happens? Can you read that?
In the base.
You know what I'm. There's so many. What I have there was old and student. So they're trying to figure out faith. So if I'm only a kid's help, they can go into that to say, I have some pictures saying, it looks fine, it's been not. Okay, with your clients, they were. Looking at where they are. And yeah. That's news. And it's gonna be the same with some of those stuff. So that's. All that is. They were.
I will tell you, that's one. I think in this city, it's gonna be easy just to say, I'm gonna tear it down.
Yeah.
I think.
People doing, you know, and the one way, you know. So every time there's, slow down. But I mean, these guys professional, keep business. This thing with the challenge. And very happy. Doesn't have that. So it's very. And you know, when I look at it, it's not a rating. I'm only good, I'm fair. You can actually do that, so you're grading me on something that I should improving. Oh, they would be right. Well, that's. From my. Right, that's running along. This is the post, that's a Charleston, that's all. Yeah, right. It's just Charleston. All right.
Like a modest probability. No, it's just on the prevailing rate. So. Okay. I'll tell you that. Yeah. Yes. And then you want.
Yes. I think that's. Right.
You want to. Not that. I've got some, I've done everything with my folks.
Like that 10. I mean, it might be. Oh, yeah, I do have that.
It's a big song. Or is it without?
They put that big bronze thing on my back door that says 7th track.
Yes.
And it lasts longer too.
Well, no, your actual street address is 7th track. Your back door is on 2 lanes, so you're not allowed to 2 lane kind of person, sorry. You're a tratty. See, we can only escape on 102, you can escape on that. Because I don't know what else. Come down, it's like this. That's what's bad. It was very positive.
I spelled it right and incorrect.
It's right in there.
Great story. That didn't have a minute, there's no way. Once a night.
All right, I make a motion to exit executive session. No decisions were made, no action was taken. Do I have a second to my motion?
Second.
Thank you, Phil Moore. All in favor?
Aye.
None opposed, the motion passes unanimously. Okay, we are now back in board discussion. And here, we, in this particular area of town, it's really difficult because we only, our purview is demolition only. So we only have the ability to say, yes, you may demolish it as proposed, or no, you may not. This particular application, the last time we heard it, it was for an after the fact request. Again, our only authority here is to say, yes, you may demolish it, or no, you may not, and deny the after the fact demolition, which in effect means you must build it back exactly as it was. We really don't have any, the applicant's expected to just work with staff to build it back. And so I don't typically make motions, but in this case, I will make a motion to deny the after the fact demolition, and the applicant, as with the last time, will work with staff to build the structure back as it was historically. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. One more. I'll put the motion to a vote. Becky, Daryl,
Yeah, in favor.
Fillmore,
Yay in favor.
and the chair votes with the majority, and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, agenda item 8, 14 Jasper Street. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
Okay, 14 Jasper Street is in Red Cliff Borough, Council District 6. It is a Category 4, circa 1852 in the Old City District, requesting conceptual approval for a fence change. It's a material that cannot be approved by staff. This is the property's location on Jasper Street, and I'm going to turn it over to the applicant.
Hi, Shelley Clark Blindwell Architect. We are going to get you. Okay, right here we have a fence that we're putting right in the street. It is right now there's a picket fence there, and we want to remove that and put in a new fence, and they're going to put in a gate right near the driveway, and it's very tight at that driveway. So we have a gate that's foldable, and then we just swing it back, and just so that we can get that third car in there. Here's the fence right here. See right here, the fence. And we have stucco piers with the simple design of a fence there, but we're really just asking for the material to be aluminum. For number one is the gate. The gate is very heavy. It's 12 foot, and they would like to use that aluminum to make it less heavy. And then also maintenance issues because of the plants that will be growing alongside it. And that's basically our request.
Are there any questions for the applicant? All right, thank you.
I have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's not questions for the applicant, but you can speak during public comment, which we are in now.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you want to approach the
So
podium?
stay right there, Shelley. You could probably answer this for me. Good evening. How's everybody?
Good.
Very well. My name's Linda Harvey. I live right next door to 14 Jasper Street. The dwelling that we own is number 12. And it read on the sign, conceptual approval for the garden folly, the fence, the windows, and there was another one. Whatever else have you. But I'm here to ask a very simple question, and I'll be out of your way. The garden folly was already approved. The property line has been determined. So my question is, from the property line, how many feet are they able to build that garden folly?
We actually don't answer any questions, and I don't know the answer, but I'm not sure if the architect.
I can talk to you about that. Okay, certainly.
Yeah, after the application. Yeah.
Okay.
I encourage you to talk to the architect.
Thank you, Shelley.
And to provide you with some more information, Staff incorrectly advertised already received final review by staff. Of the folly. So it will be reviewed in permit, and zoning will check to make sure that they meet the proper setback from the fence.
From the property line.
Yes, ma'am,
Of
but
number 12.
yes, from
Yes,
number
ma'am.
12.
And thank you.
But yes, we accidentally included more on that sign than we were supposed to.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anyone else speaking from the public?
Keith Utilities for Charleston Foundation, HCF has reviewed the proposed change to the previously approved fencing at 14 Jasper Street. Fence is highly visible, and we believe the fence should better complement the context of the street and be compatible with the architecture of 14 Jasper Street. A wood picket fence would be a more appropriate choice for the setting, and we recommend a rural study.
Laurel Fay with the Preservation Society of Charleston. While the PSC is not opposed to a fence or directly gate on this property, the proposed geometric design is unrelated to the historic house and out of character with the Radcliffe Borough neighborhood. Streetscape precedents should be studied to inform a more contextual approach. Further, the material requires restudy per the BAR policy statement for hardscaping that advises against pre-manufactured aluminum fences for residential properties in historic districts. Thank you.
Is there anyone else speaking from the public? All right, Frankie, if you'll give us any staff comments and recommendations, please.
Staff just had an observation that staff cannot approve aluminum fence on a residential property per our hardscape policy.
Thank you, Frankie. Ms. Clark, did you want to respond, clarify anything in the public comment or the staff comments?
Yes, the one thing I thought we were just asking for the material change, not the design. I thought that was approved through staff.
Well, staff could not approve the material, so we advertised it as just a material request.
And it's also not a manufactured, it will be made specifically for this space. It will fit this, it won't be, it's not gonna be something that we just buy online or, it will be made by a metal.
So are we only looking at the material, the design at staff level?
Staff was reviewing the design at a staff level. If you want to override that, you have that authority.
All right, thank you. Public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
So Shelley, it's a powder coated aluminum site built fence. Is that what it is?
Yes, it will be.
Okay.
I think was the design at staff.
They were working with the design, with staff on the design.
We approved the folly and the windows.
Yes.
That's what, I don't remember seeing it.
We didn't. do
Yeah,
the
okay.
fence. It was a folly. So staff was reviewing
The
the
design.
design. Does that mean that it has not been finally approved?
No, sir.
No,
Because
so
the
I mean, aluminum is generally not approved
Okay.
in the historic district, particularly not the old.
Yeah.
And
we've
I
got
do
an-
not think that square geometric design is appropriate for that neighborhood. And so I was not. I think it needs to look around the neighborhood. And sort of make a design that blends with the neighborhood.
Would it be a deferral with
deferral.
to see it back or a denial so that they can work
I
with
would-
staff with board
I would deny the material and
Conditions.
defer the design, I think. Can we do that?
and you want to see it back?
Do you want to see it? I don't, and I think the staff can work out the design, but I would defer that design.
Well, I think if we defer it, then it needs to come back. So maybe it's denial as submitted.
Okay.
I would make a motion for denial as submitted and they work with staff.
We have a motion on the floor for denial as submitted. Do I have a second
I'll
to
second.
Becky's motion? Thank you, Fillmore. Put the motion to a vote. Daryl,
Yeah, in favor.
Becky,
Yeah, in favor.
Fillmore,
Yeah, in favor.
chair vote to the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, agenda item 9 is 141 East Bay Street. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
141 East Bay Street is in the French Quarter, Council District 8. It is a Category 1, circa 1853 in the Old Historic District. Requesting approval of revisions to previous conceptual approval for the new addition. This is the property's locations on East Bay Street. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
I'm Glenn Keys, with me, Brady Gibson, and we are the architects for the project. This project came to you back, I'm not exactly sure when the conceptual approval was. Frankie, do you remember how long ago it was?
I have it like in somewhere.
Anyway, it really doesn't matter, but you can see at that time, our zoning is LV, which is a 0 lot line. Which means no setback. So we brought the project to the board with a 0 lot line. And somehow the zoning was changed at 10 State. Somehow we got the 5-foot setback was imposed on us after the fact. Still not sure how that works, but anyway, we understand that's what we have to do. When we came to you for conceptual approval, Historic Charleston requested a 3-foot setback from the garden wall. The board gave us conceptual approval with that restriction that we set off 3 feet, which we've done. We decided rather than fight the zoning issue, we would accept the 5-foot setback. And so we have built the building 5 feet off the garden wall, which means, this building was significantly smaller. On the top, left, you can see what was approved conceptually. Does not change really except that it now was approved to be 3 feet further away from the wall. Now we're going to do 5 feet. So if you see below you can see how it sets. We work tight against that garden wall on the, and that was not, by the time we move it over 5 feet, you can see on the right-hand side, the before and the after. Building got much smaller, obviously. And so we decided that it was better conceptually and aesthetically to match the roof height of the existing addition. The building to the right is a 1970s concrete block addition. So it's not part of the historic building. It's in addition to that. So we're not affecting any historic fabric at all. And we just think it's more considerate to just make that single roof height. And this is from the north. You see the garden wall and the 5 foot setback. So that's the change. The really only change is that we set it back 5 feet and we have raised the roof to match the existing addition. So I'll be glad to answer any questions for you.
I got
Go ahead.
only one, Glenn. So it's the building it's attaching to is a 1970s building. It's not a historical building.
That's correct.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Well, that is historic, actually, depending.
By a year.
So I guess it depends on the set when in 70, right?
It's historic concrete block.
Any other questions? Thank you. Do we have anyone speaking?
Good evening. My name is Stephanie Wilson Gentile.
and I live at 54 Queen Street. While I have submitted comments as president of the French Quarter Neighborhood Association, and also personally, I felt it was important to come before you this evening to represent the many neighbors who have also submitted written comments, but are unable to attend, as many of them are out of town. I've been watching this project since Mr. Keys was kind enough to walk me through 141 in late 2021. This was to gain the support of the neighborhood association for a parking exception that they requested from zoning. We gladly supported this application. And I want to assure you all that I am eager to see this building renovated and returned to commercial use. Excuse me. However, as noted in 7 and 8 of the policy statements, Charleston standards, which guide your review in making your decisions, I would ask that the addition proposed be sympathetic to the property with regards to height, mass, and scale. I would request a lowering of the height of the addition back to what was proposed in September. To avoid a massive block wall of stucco, putting the 3 symmetrical windows on the west side as proposed and the door on the south side would enable a clear delineation of new versus historic on the property. And I understand from you that it's really not the historic building it's up against. So thank you for that. But thank you for letting me speak.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm John Massillon, and I represent Mr. and Mrs. Sod, who live at 10 State Street, which backs up to this property. And to explain a little bit more, Mr. Keys mentioned that somehow the zoning got changed after the fact, but that's not accurate. Actually, City Council changed the zoning of 10 State Street 2 days before the prior conceptual approval was granted. And that was on September 27th of 2024. And I looked at the notes from the last hearing, and it appears that there was a misconception or some misinformation about the status of that at that time. I think it said that it was a second reading, but that's not right. It actually got second and third reading on the 27th and was approved by City Council 2 days before the prior conceptual approval was granted. So it wasn't after the fact approval, it was a before the fact approval. I'm sorry, zoning change. So a couple things. This comes, I think, in a very odd procedural posture because, as you heard, it is presented as a request to change or approve changes to a prior conceptual approval. And I think that's procedurally complicated, and also I know taking architectural advice from a lawyer is probably not what you really want to do, but it's also architecturally complicated. The procedural problem is this: if you look at your own hearing procedure rules, Article 4, Section 1, what it says is that if somebody comes to you with a non-compliant zoning design, which this was, that you can consider it if you get a request from either the BZA or the zoning administrator, which I don't think happened. I think it got considered for architectural merit actually without the proper request under Article 4, Section 1. So I don't think the prior approval is entitled to any deference. In my view, I think that was not an appropriate approval under the procedures. It should have gone to zoning first, then here, as it always does. And so in my view, legally, this is not a change to a prior approval. It's a new application. The other problem I've got is, even with my untrained eye, when I look at these two designs, and I have tremendous respect for these architects, they're fantastic architects, but those are not changes to a design. Those are two totally different designs. As you can see, the one that was conceptually approved is shorter. This one is taller. Left 3 windows, 1 window, doors on a different side. It's got a different footprint, a different mass. Really, the only thing that I think that's the same about these two designs is the architects who drew them, and they're attached to the same building. But these are not the same designs, and I would urge the board to consider it on its own merits and not as some change to a prior plan. Now, the other thing that I'd like to point out, and Frankie, I don't know if you can scroll easily to it, but I believe it was part of the materials, is there was a conceptual rendering that was submitted at the last hearing as for the board to consider as part of the height, scale, and mass. And if you saw it in your materials, this will probably be very useful to you. It looked like this. And it was, you may remember it, it was a scale drawing, I'm sorry, it was an architectural rendering down below of what this building looked like in proportion to the building that my clients live in. Now, the purpose of including that in this material, and we just got this design a couple of days ago, so this shows an actual survey of the prior design compared to what the rendering that you saw and used as part of your approval showed. And the two big problems with it are, first, if you look at the actual survey, what we have here is a rendering on the bottom that essentially shows the flat roof on my client's house at the same height as the flat roof on 141. If you look at the top, you'll see that's wrong. Actually, my client's house is 2 feet 8 inches lower than 141. And you have to look up at the top in the actual survey and then compare it to the bottom. But if you're looking for the measurement, you will see my handy tabs. The 2 foot 8 inch difference is right here. The other big problem I think with it is that the rendering that you saw shows that the new addition was about 2 feet 10 inches lower than my client's house. Actually, it was only 11 inches lower. And as you could see from the drawing that was presented to you, the one they want you to approve now is taller than that. And I believe when we get to the staff portion of the comments, that staff is going to take issue with the height, and you've heard this before, but I think under 54-306, the addition can't be taller than my client's property. And so on that basis alone, the height should be reduced. If you're inclined to approve some design, it should be reduced on that basis. Now, as far as the design itself goes, the other thing that I would mention to you, and you got extensive comments from the neighborhood, but the windows should be more symmetrical. The rear door that faces as designed now my client's property should be put back on the south side. And if the board approves some change or some amendment to that prior plan, I think that it's going to make a procedural mess of this, because that prior ruling is under appeal. We stayed that for purposes of tonight to come and see what happens here. But I don't know the reason for the procedural complexity of coming here and asking you to accept this as a modification of a previously approved plan when it's really an entirely different plan. And as I said, under Article 4, Section 1 of the VAR rules, once the zoning was determined to be inadequate, the setback wrong, which it was, then that decision should have been vacated entirely, and we should be starting over here tonight. So in sum, if you're inclined to approve this design, my clients would ask that you require the applicant to lower it, to put the symmetrical windows in that were part of the prior approval, and to move that door around to the south side so that it is not visible from the public right away in their house. Thank you very much.
Do we have anyone else speaking?
Keith Utility Historic Charleston Foundation at the September 2024 bar meeting HCF requested that any new proposal be pulled at least 5 feet away from the rear property line to ensure preservation of the historic wall at 10th State Street, on which we hold an easement. During that meeting, the BAR conceptually approved the drawings with the comment to move the addition 3 feet off the existing wall. We are pleased that this proposed addition has been modified to accommodate our concerns about the historic wall at 10th State Street. With these requirements satisfied in the current proposal, we offer our support.
Is there anyone else speaking? Okay, Frankie, if you'll give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Okay, first step had some observations, on September 24th, 10 State Street, which is the property to the rear, was rezoned from limited business LB to a single family residential, SR5. The proposed addition has been pulled in from the rear setback to comply with the ordinance change of 10 State Street. The proposal is an alteration from the previous board approval, and is no longer subordinate in height. And windows should be differentiated from the existing structure. Staff conditions for approval: any proposal should not only meet zoning regulations, but also subordination. Oh, sorry, there's not a subordination clause copied in there, but also the BAR subordination clause. We recommend reducing the roof height to the previous proposal. And we also recommend differentiating the windows. So staff recommendation is a deferral for restudy per the previous board motion.
Thank you, Frankie. Mr. Key, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment and staff comments?
Say something. John says there's a problem with lawyers dealing with architecture. I'm certainly not going to deal with the law. So that, to me, is not what we're here to talk about. John's interpretation of what we're going to do legally or not. We're simply here to talk about what we think good and legitimate architecture is. We've got a Category 1 building with a long-standing, since 1970, building facade on the side. There's many different ways where you can do additions to historic properties. And the way that we've chosen to deal with it in that new, not move this, is to just simplify the addition. There's been some discussion. The view that you see on the right is the view that has been from State Street since 1970. That's the exact same size as the window that's always been there. The facade that you see to the left is the exact facade. No windows there. There's a door there. The door at the bottom left, I don't even know if it's under the purview of BAR. It can't be seen from any public street at all. It's behind an 8-foot wall and 24 feet to the left. So that door is not seen by anyone. If you look at the side facade, where we've pulled the building in an effort to be as an agreeable neighbor as we can, we pulled the building 5 feet back, which caused a lot of changes with what was happening with the design on the inside. We moved it 5 feet. Yes, there's a lot of discussion about whether it's zoned properly or not, but that'll be handled somewhere else. But here we're just talking about the quality and the level of the architectural design. Our feeling was that the design on the right is much simpler, much more elegant. It's not trying to be a building. It's not trying to be anything else than a simple addition to a 1970s structure. We're not looking for any kind of great architectural merit. It's just a very simple design. And that's what we think is an improvement. And that's what we'd like y'all to do.
Reggie, can you speak to the height in respect to the neighbor's height that The attorney brought up, I apologize, I forgot his name.
The drawings that we did were taken from two different surveys that were done and as-built drawings that were done. We did not go next door and measure the neighbor's house. We took as-built drawings that we had, 3 different sets. Some of them were Habs drawings. And then the drawings that we used for the long rendering, I think in question there, were as-built drawings from 2 previous architects that had worked on the house designs beforehand. So, as you know, in elevation, that's probably the most deceptive drawing in the world, which it doesn't show anything. Seeing that height differential, you need to be 20 feet tall to look right inside the building. So I'm not sure that it's relevant. If it's a foot or 2 off, then it's a foot or 2 off. And we just took from the as-builts that were done previously.
The as-built from this building or the as-built from the other building?
The other building.
Understood.
And so the dimension that he referenced, you know, if they went up and measured it exactly, and they say it's 2 feet 11 inches lower, then no reason to doubt that that's the case.
Okay.
Because again, we were just using it as built from another property.
Any more questions before we move into board discussion? Thank you. All right, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote. I do want to say about the procedural point that I do recall at the meeting, we did not know that the property had been rezoned. And typically, you know, whether it was 2 days before or 2 years before, if there's potentially a zoning issue, then we either defer it pending, you know, receipt of a variance, or I think in limited cases will approve it if they're running it simultaneously. And I think it's a rare case, but generally we would have deferred it. So I think in this case, it should technically be reviewed as a new design, but I'll leave it to you all as to the architecture, given all the statements that lawyers shouldn't talk about architecture.
It's being reviewed as a new design. I think it's a middle, it's incomplete. It's hard to can't review it as a new. We don't have the full elevation, so we don't have the history of the site. So.
I think Fillmore and I have seen this building, and that's why I'm
Okay.
thinking, oh,
Yeah.
Yeah,
but if it's right, if it's a new application, then technically it is. The submittal is incomplete if it's a new application.
and I'm saying that, and now I want the city's lawyer in the room to make sure that I'm right in saying that, because I also don't want to disadvantage the applicant. It truly shouldn't be viewed as a new application.
Otherwise, we would be asking to follow the same procedures of stepping in. and stepping
Versus
in.
this being.
Yeah, when we defer it for if it's a new application, we probably defer it for a complete submittal.
But if
Not based on the architecture and the fact that if it's a new submittal, it's not a complete submittal.
Is it going to change your opinion on the design?
I don't think I'll comment on that. I mean, it's if we were going to, if we're viewing this as a change to a previously approved conceptual drawing, I would make a decision based on it. But if what I don't want to do is move forward with something that is
If it should have been.
technically incorrect and could be challenged in the future. We should follow the letter of
I think the proper procedure, our last decision should have been, was our last decision, I don't like going to executive session twice in a meeting, but I'm gonna make a motion to go into executive session for the purpose of obtaining legal advice. You're rolling your eyes at me. Okay, do I have a second to my motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
None opposed, the motion passes. All right.
All night. That's good. All right. And the city. Right.
These things can't be that close. I can't have any commercial drawing. If the residential property is over. So also change it to a residential center. It's no big deal. They just try to. That's what he used to work. So are we still on? Text and say that you want to speak. What, first part's kind of where we're back, that's the. Yes. It looks much like. This is back. Just I'm so afraid to see it gives us stuff. Yeah. No. She's like. Yeah, well, I was saying. So she talked to her. Right. She was included. So. You can't see something. And she's. Such a good word. We get that. More money. So. They do say that's a thing, they say you need. Or only one of them. That's right. We're gonna have to do that. That was all nice.
It's not. It's very bright, but as far as. Less. Like. No, I'll be back there. So. Yes, yes, that's how. Well, I'm so here, because it's like going on. Well, this just violates. That's just keep on.
Which is.
So it happens with us. And actually, he his part has some studies in politics. No. Yeah.
Very good on TV.
That's you're not just. That's who does use? But they is all use. So something all these is all stuff. It's all right. You can try it. You can try it. Did you see the peacock? Did you see the whole thing? That's so nice. But the bad thing is, at the same right before that, the mosquitoes came to do that. Some big woman who lives in that corner house. She said something to our guy. She was saying earlier that there was giant trucks coming in. And that little lighthouse. She said she didn't see it happen. They were back and all around the corner of Charleston Church. That last gas lantern, and 100 pieces on the ground. Nothing left, just the poles. There were. She just, because the person was like, you're staying at the house next to us, so we went down, like this light. He was like, then we went up and talked. Her I-6, she said it wasn't that. Let's give us a little trailer. The metal here, the lighters, you know. Well, now they're almost all. Everyone brought out. Every single pass out. Everyone's brought. I refuse. Yeah, yeah. Linda does Chalmers because it's a safety like Chalmers is pitch black. I walked there last night in the dark. Black at night. You're telling them about the gas lamps because I reviewed. They told Linda, so like a month ago, they're gonna do the plan. And Sundays when they're things, they're just riding around every Sunday and marking the lights that need to be prepared. And the next thing they come. My sister. She's that was months ago. That one.
That part is gone.
So I noticed. Yeah, I mean, it's fell a little bit, then they put back up. She had done some things. The first one was supposed to be said. She went to the calendar, shop something. And then she's distracted. And she doesn't like to think. Yeah, it's, yeah. I think she was only. She was. And so she because you're residential. She doesn't. Oh. And so she pushed. Yes, there. They cut mug shot and everything. She's so funny. She's so.
Now.
Yes. You're close.
Right, no action was taken, no decisions were made. Do I have a motion to move out of executive session? I am making a motion to move out of executive session. Do I have a second?
A second.
Thank you, Becky. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. And opposed? Passes. We are back in board discussion. Okay, so at the prior meeting where we discussed this, I was very clear on the record that we were, we gave conceptual approval, but we were not conferring any right with respect to zoning, which I'm very glad that we did that. And so technically, we are reviewing what the applicant has requested, which is a modification to their previous conceptual approval. And again, our decision tonight has no bearing on zoning, nor does our decision ever have any bearing on zoning. And sometimes we make that clear in the meetings. In this case, where it was really important to do that, and other times we don't need to make that clear because, well, the city requires the applicant to go through the entire process and get their zoning approvals. So the question here tonight is, this is a modification of a prior conceptual approval from September. And so now I think we can move into board discussion of this particular plan as a modification. Do you all have any questions?
Based on that, I think that as before, I think that the roof lines should not align and there should be some differentiation height between the new addition line of the existing structure so that it sort of follows the standard pattern of subordination moving to the rear in Charleston. And on the same vein, probably the windows should have some differentiation, but I'm here with my fellow board members and the original conceptual approval, the building was stepped in slightly from the plane of the existing structure. That is more in line with our guidelines. Do it that way.
Normally, I would agree with you, but when I learned that this was a 70s CMU stucco building, it doesn't bother me that it matches. So that's where I sit on it.
But we don't have any information on that.
What do you mean?
That
Not yet?
application doesn't have any photos or any of the history. So that's hard to rule on that, on considering it that way,
Yeah.
considering it in a way.
I mean, I'll just say that made a difference to me as well, that it was a 70s edition. But I understand that not having enough information, but finding that out. Applicant's presentation period. I don't know if that's enough to give you the information that you need, but. So is the board in a position to wanting to defer this application for additional information, or?
Like we could defer it or could approve it with conditions.
And that could.
Either thing is possible.
Did you want to craft a motion?
I mean, I could play with, I would say, I would probably, I think because the conditions could guess what? How do you feel about the windows?
If the parapet lined across, what's this scenario, I would approve it, but it sounds like the board is going to ask them to step it down. And if you want it to be different than the existing mass, then you would change it. So that.
Okay. So
you're fine with the
make a
windows
motion
with
now,
this?
If it's that, I would approve it. But it sounds like the board's not going that way. So if you're gonna make them step it in and bring the parapet down, then I guess it would make sense to adjust the window.
Move things ahead. I would make a motion. Or because it says conceptual approval.
Mhm.
For conceptual approval with the board condition. Lower the roof height. Below. Roof height of the existing structure. To step. Sides of the addition in slightly. From the. Sides of the existing structure. And final review.
About the
For
window.
preliminary and final review. Permits by staff.
How about the window condition?
Oh, and to differentiate the windows, sorry.
And is that in both the west elevation and the south elevation? I just want to make sure we're giving a really clear.
South, but
How do you feel about the?
is elevation visible?
Well, that window, I think the upstairs is, but I think the downstairs,
Oh, I don't
the
think,
lower,
I don't think the lower, I don't think the lower. are visible.
they're not.
They're not,
It's just,
but
you're
yeah,
just
but-
looking at
yeah,
that.
I mean, I think if you're gonna.
Differentiate.
The windows, I mean, I don't think they want to put three different kinds of windows or two different kinds of windows.
Okay. All right, we have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with board conditions. First, to lower the roof height of the addition below the existing structure. Two, to step the sides of the addition in from the existing structure. And three, to differentiate the windows in the addition from the existing structure. Do I have a second to Fillmore's motion?
I second it.
Motion to the vote, Daryl,
No.
Fillmore,
Yeah.
Becky?
Yeah.
Chair votes the majority and the motion passes 3-4 and 1 against. Thank you. All right, agenda item 10 is 17 Reed Street. Frankie, if you give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
Could staff ask clarification on that motion?
You asked for what?
Was clarification, was that with preliminary and final with that? I
Yeah.
typed that fast.
Okay.
It's not that, definitely. Sorry.
I think that's the last piece.
17 Reed Street is requesting conceptual approval for new single-family dwelling and dependency and height variance for architectural merit. Sorry, this is in East Side, Council District 4. It is new construction in the Old City District. Sorry, Rachel, I didn't need to jump it all around on your slide. And this is the property location on Reed Street. And with that, I will turn it over to the applicant.
Hi, everyone. Amber Ahmet, and I'm representing the new owners at 17 Reed. I'm gonna take it as an optimistic sign that the staff attorney is gone. We are developing a design for 2 newly constructed single-family structures on a soon-to-be vacant lot. 17 Reed is located within the East Side community, arguably the most socioeconomically diverse neighborhood downtown. It's an area of the peninsula known for a confluence of mixed races, students, and a strong working class. The Charleston Foundation cites an article published in the summer of 1969 describing the East Side as the most densely populated area per square block in the state of South Carolina and among the poorest as well. I've been a resident here since 1998 and in the East Side since 2017, and I can tell you firsthand that the description of the density and poverty remains to feel very true. However, I have noticed a recent shift. There's been a visible increase in new residents, certainly an increased number of tourists and commercial investment as well. So on our cover sheet here, I just want to take a moment to highlight the density that is kind of turning the tide in the east side. In particular, the new building typology that we're seeing, where the low-lying grades that these properties reside, are conflated with the FEMA requirements for these new houses. And what we're seeing is an infill of a lot of taller houses. And then here on the 1902 Sanborn map, this is our property. We established that the earliest known structure was a two-story wood frame building with piazzas on the west side, so in keeping with the Charleston single. And as we develop our design, we'd like to resurrect some of those architectural features. Sorry. Here we've got another aerial view showing just the concentration of density that you see in the east side. And then some contextual photos of the block of Reed Street between Drake and America. Here you can see a real mix of smaller, older homes and then newly constructed, quite tall structures. Now, in May, BAR approved full demolition of the existing one-story gable. And then here we are proposing two structures, again, in keeping with that Charleston single vernacular. They would, the homes would be one room in width, small piazzas to the west, and then a single interior stair bifurcating that plan. And then we've got first and second floors, just showing how hard these compact footprints need to work in effort to house, be it students or young professionals sharing homes or single families that are moving into the east side. And then as we advance our study of height, scale, and mass, I first want to note the grade relative to DFE. We've got a big jump here. We've got an existing grade of 4.6. And then our DFE, by the time we meet freeboard requirements, we're 8'6" off the ground. So by virtue of being in compliance with FEMA, the structure is already getting, is going to be tall. And then when you overlay BAR principles for new construction, the 10-foot first floor height, and then upper floors, getting progressively shorter. That's a 10.98 that you see on that front elevation. And then those principles are to establish a grandeur from the street perspective, that with the window diminution, is that the right word? As the floors get taller, the windows would get smaller to accentuate that grandeur as well. The side elevations exhibit our intent to break up a singular massing. We've got the piazza and then the heated infill along the west and south, stepping down to give hierarchy to that single gable of the front elevation. Same for the northeast. We've got some massing articulation, again, to pay deference to that hierarchy. Then the dependency is a more compact footprint. Again, working hard to get some meaningful bedrooms and square footage and
And then in the combined southwest elevation, you can see how the dependency is subordinate to that street facing structure. It's shorter by about 5 feet. And then here's looking from the other perspective. With the buildings splayed apart, you can see that we've got an opportunity to conceal some parking that would be out of view from the street frontage. And then here, this is probably our most important sheet in the set. In doing our streetscape study, we were able to we procured the permit sets for 24 and 22 Reed Street. So I know that those heights are accurate. And then we did a field measure for 19 Reed. So you can see of the new houses, like we are in the realm of building height tolerances for the neighboring houses on the block. And then I just want to say the east side is not only eclectic in its residential population, but also in its building inventory. We've got a mix of old and new homes that are not really in opposition, but juxtaposition. And they tell a broader narrative of how the east side has to react to rising flooding and then the FEMA constraints. So what you're seeing here more than elsewhere on the peninsula is this juxtaposition of much taller buildings residing next to smaller homes. So we hope that you find contextually this makes sense and we get approval for height, scale, and mass.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant?
I do about the height. So I'm assuming, but I don't know, are you in the 3-story?
Yes.
But
so
your
this is-
base is counting as another story because it's more than 6'8" to your.
So this is where I'm trying to be clever in our interpretation of that 6-foot story. So ground floor is going to be uninhabitable because of its flood constraint. But if we do an elevated slab and we make sure that top of slab and top of finished floor is not greater than 6 feet, then I'm hoping for the technicality that ground floor doesn't count.
What flood zone are you in?
We are in AE 11.
You want to help with slab?
You can't do slab on grade, that I know.
Yeah, I'm questioning whether you could do an elevated slab in City of Charleston, but and that flood zone.
I've done it on another project that granted that had a deeper foundation that it tied into.
So I'm not clear on the request for additional height. Like, what is your allowable height?
Well, it's 2.5 to 3 stories. So what I'm requesting is that we're meeting those 3 stories
Because of the raised slab.
because of the raised slab.
I know we're not supposed to talk about code stuff here, but I'm under the impression you can't do a raised slab in this particular flood zone. So, and that wouldn't be your, it'd be more of the
Yeah,
building department.
I'm not certain of that. That wouldn't be our call.
I'm almost sure of it, but you said you've done it before,
I have.
so. In the last 2 years?
It was 4 and 6 got approved in 2021, I believe.
I think it's changed in the last 2 years.
Since then, yeah.
I could be wrong, but I think I'm right.
Any other questions for the applicant? And then Fillmore, do you have any questions?
No.
Oh, thank you. Do we have anyone speaking from the public?
Laurel Fay with the Preservation Society of Charleston. While this proposed design is starting in a good place, the case for architectural merit has not been clearly written, and therefore we cannot support the request for additional height. The PSC understands that this is a difficult context with elevated new construction alongside historic structures that lie in a flood zone. to help reduce the overall height of the front building and to reduce the impacts on the surrounding streetscape, we ask that the floor-to-floor heights be reduced to more closely align with the proportions of the rear building, which we feel are more successful. Thank you.
Joyce Pope, Historic Charleston Foundation. HCF has reviewed the application for new construction at 17 Reed. We're concerned that this property is located in an area prone to flooding and that by maxing out the site with new construction and parking, pervious surfaces will be reduced, exacerbating the flooding problems in the area. We also have the following suggestions to improve the application. We suggest revisiting the fenestration on the front facade. We think that 2 windows instead of 3 may create a more balanced and proportionate appearance. We suggest increasing the amount of green space on the lot to provide more pervious surfaces and vegetation. On the side elevation, we suggest separating the group of windows within the dormer to improve balance and proportion. On the side elevations for both structures, maintaining an even roof line and eliminating the accented stairwell for a more cohesive appearance. Simplifying the shutters across all facades to help unify the design. And lastly, using traditional double hung windows instead of casement windows to better complement the historic character of the design. We respectfully recommend deferral of this application for restudy of the scale and massing and restudy of the listed architectural details.
Is there anyone else speaking? Okay, Frankie, if you give the city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Don't type that fast. Y'all need to talk slower. Okay. So so the applicant did indicate in our CSS portal that they were requesting additional height, which is why our comments are written the way that they are. The applicable regulation to the application is architectural merit, which means that a project that reflects exemplary architectural and urban design utilizes the highest level of materials and finishes and contributes to the public realm as outlined in the Board of Architectural Principles. So I've broken down comments in regards to each of those topics. So for architectural design, the front elevation of the front unit is very cluttered. Staff recommend either removing shutters or only having 2 windows per floor on the front elevation. Windows are out of alignment on the southwest elevation, and I've got that BAR principle about the size and frequency of windows and repetitive rhythm. The rear bump out is awkward and reads like a later addition. The rear unit has faux windows on the piazza and the infill bay behind the piazza. BAR typically doesn't support faux windows. Both units read sort of as single houses with infill piazzas, and this is against BAR policy as it creates a false sense of history. Per the section in the ordinance, new principal buildings within a VE or AE flood zone on flood insurance map may have 2 stories over a first floor structure that exceeds 6 feet in height, provided the first floor elevation does not exceed elevation required to meet FEMA and city freeboard requirements. Far as urban design, we feel that the height and massing is overwhelming on the street. Material and finishes, shutters are used inconsistently on both units. Some do not have shutters while others have single or dual. These should be used consistently throughout. I finished that comment, I swear. Clad windows are proportionate for the area of the walls. Window location, oh, I doubled that, I'm so sorry. I repeated my comment about the southwest elevation. Apparently I like that comment. Staff does not feel that stucco breakaway walls and hardy siding meet the standard of the highest level of materials and finishes, and that there were no contributing features for the public realm category. So the staff recommendation is a deferral for restudy to reduce overall mass with board and staff conditions.
Thank you, Frankie. Amber, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or the city staff comments and recommendations?
Just a couple. We're certainly amenable to reducing the floor to floor ceiling height ratios and agree that the dependency is better representative of the existing streetscape. So we'll certainly be looking into making adjustments to that front structure. Also, amenable to putting double hungs on those lower floors. If I'm able to eke out that third floor, I probably will need casements just to meet egress requirements because that bearing height is already a little tough. And then addressing the pervious surfaces. I would almost 100% assume that the hardscape would have to be pervious in effort to meet the pervious lot requirements. So that would certainly be a material that we would make sure of.
Public comment on the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
Question, is the request for additional height based on architectural merit, or is it that it doesn't, the way it's proposed here, eliminating the requirement of 6 foot?
I'm about 99.99% sure you can't do the raised slab, and that's something new that's come around in the last 24 months, give or take. So,
You
and
need to
I
look
think
at-
Becky believes, yeah, I think you always tell me don't talk about codes, right?
No, you should talk about it when it's
But-
this.
Yeah, I mean, it's not, I mean, because it's not so much the code issue as it is the effect on the architecture
Right, I
that
think
we have to
this,
consider.
We need to know whether we're looking at
outcome
architectural
compliant.
merit or not,
Yeah.
which I think
More
if
than
you're
6
right.
feet in height.
Yeah, I think if you're right, then we are looking at this for architectural merit.
Correct,
Okay.
we are.
So
We
that,
are
okay,
looking
they are,
at
yeah.
architectural merit.
Without that, or in addition to that, I would agree with staff on every issue.
Oh, I got my comments. We're very similar, and I think that it does not meet the standard of additional height for architectural merit. And, for several reasons, and not the least of which is the material palette does not meet the standard.
So
Do you have some consensus on the
So-
motion if you're in agreement with staff?
Yeah, I would say, for a deferral. Staff.
For restudy?
com- Staff comments and conditions. They're both, if they're listed. if
Did
that's what-
you, the staff recommendation is deferral for restudy to reduce overall mass with board and staff conditions.
Yeah, I think with the,
Reduce overall mass, just
I think without the additional height, the mass is going to change. But I would say, so I would leave all staff's comments.
okay.
Everyone's agreeable.
So deferral for restudy. This is the staff recommendation. Do we want to say anything about mass?
Not to reduce. Oh.
Yeah.
Overall, reduce overall height. And,
Well, do you want to say?
well, I mean,
If she comes back with architectural merit,
yeah,
then maybe we don't.
but I would say it's
I think it's just a deferral with board and staff. Yeah,
that's
okay.
fine.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor for deferral for restudy with board and staff conditions. Do I have a second to Fillmore's motion? Thank you, Becky. I'll put the motion to a vote. Daryl,
Yeah, in favor.
Fillmore,
Yeah, in favor.
Becky,
Yeah, in favor.
chair votes to the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Agenda item 11 is 2 Longitude Lane. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
Two Longitude Lane is in Charlestown, Council District. Ran away. Thank you. Thanks. Yeah. It is new construction in the Old Historic District. They're requesting conceptual approval for a new single-family dwelling. And this is the property's location on Longitude. And I'm going to turn it over to the applicant.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Ludwig. I'm with Highland Architects. I'm the project manager. This project has been on my desk for a few years in that it was previously approved conceptually in October of 2022. During that time, as we were moving towards final review of this project, the lot was sold and the project was sold. And the new owner's preferences have changed the design somewhat. So I'm here to present that design change and hopefully get the approval. Am I doing something wrong?
Oh, you're gonna wanna click the other way, the other
Click the
arrow.
other way. Okay. Looking the other
No,
way.
you're still going backward. There should be another arrow.
I
There you
did
go.
it.
Good.
The
Yeah,
right
there
arrow,
you go.
right?
That's right.
Okay. There we go. This is the existing lot, right here, 2 Longitude Lane. It's never been built on. This is the original site plan that we proposed, and the new site plan. I know these hand drawings are a little more charming than these computer drawings, and you'll see that as we go along. This is the streetscape. Here's 2 Longitude Lane, right here. No substantial change from the original submittal. This is the proposed rendering of the new home. This is looking north directly on Longitude Lane. This is looking northeast, and then this is southwest. It's a single family home, about 3,300 square feet. We're gonna have a full basement. We're gonna dig down for a full basement for storage. And then the first floor is simply the living room, dining and kitchen with the piazza. Second floor, master bedroom and an office. The original design had the master bedroom up front. The new design has the master bedroom on the side. Third floor has 2 small bedrooms. Yeah. Okay. Now these, the original approval was a hand drawing. I know it's very charming, but the computer drawings are a little more realistic. Okay. So, whoops. Okay, this is the north elevation, the rear elevation, and the section. So we feel like there's not a lot of, not a substantial difference between the approved design, conceptual design, and the new conceptual design, except that the owners did have some, the new owners had some personal preferences in that we go from double hung windows to casement windows. This design will have all the detail of all the other houses around it, the historic details of parapet and corbelled brick, but it will be arched over with paint. We're going to keep all those details, but arch it. So, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
What's your flood elevation?
It is on the X. I'm not exactly sure. Okay, it is a flood zone X.
X.
Okay,
thanks.
Any other questions?
The truncation of the base of the chimney is because of the location of the driveway.
That's true. Yes.
All right, thank you.
All set.
Do we have anyone speaking from the public?
I'm Flint. I live on 7 Trad, which is also 10 longitude. It's the first time I've been at one of these meetings. I have some photographs with me. Can I share them with you, or should I just hold them up?
Sure, pass them around.
Pass them through. You know, the first thing I'd like to just point out, as I'm sure the board knows entirely well, is the historical nature of Longitude Lane. You know, and I just left for your benefit a short 3-page article, which is, you know, Longitude Lane probably dates back to the 1670s, and the first historical reference to Longitude Lane was in 1720. If you look at Brad Street, which runs just parallel and north of Longitude, historically, the buildings on Trad Street between East Bay and Church Street were generally industrial buildings which had tenements upstairs. And Longitude Lane, so the history of my home, which is 7 Trad, is it was built in 1740. It burned down several times and was finally rebuilt in 1770. It served for a while as a barrel maker and was also a grocery store. And during both those periods, the upstairs of the home was a tenement where the employees of the barrel maker and grocery store lived. Longitude Lane was, my understanding, historically used to, for instance, when the barrels were produced, they were taken out on Longitude Lane over to East Bay and out to the port where the ships were. There's a very different historical character to the north and the south side of Longitude Lane. If you go to page 4 in my handout, one of the first things to note in that handout, which is the first picture, it's kind of the open vista of the lane. It's quite wide, and the setbacks on the north side are quite far. And as I said, you know, if you look at the north side, which is architecturally distinct from the south side, on the north side, there are no residences facing longitude. And the reason there are no residences facing longitude, and historically it would have made no sense for there to be a residence facing longitude, because whatever was produced in those buildings on Trad was taken out on longitude and brought down the lane. So what I've provided you on page 5 and 6 is an illustration of the buildings that are actually on the north side of Longitude Lane. And what you'll see is they are a combination of carriage houses, garages, or parking lots. And there's a considerable setback for virtually all of them. What's being suggested here, if you look at the north side of Longitude, there isn't a building anywhere near that size and scale. On the north side of Longitude, I would say there is one building that is probably 2 floors and around 1,800 square feet, and there's not another building on the north side of Longitude that probably has a scale of 1,000 square feet. I would doubt it. I would suspect that the next largest building is 500 square feet. The building that is over 1,000 square feet was actually built in 2001 or 2002, and I think was actually an architectural mistake. It should have never been put there. But even that building, the ground floor of it is a garage. So, you know, I think what we're doing, if we actually approve putting a building like this, is we're making an unfortunate historical statement on one of the more important streets in the city, which is we're putting a home on a place where a home never, for historical purposes, would have been placed. So I respectfully request that the board consider not allowing a home to be built on that plot. And if anything is appropriate for that plot, it would be something small like a carriage house, because there is no home. There are no homes on the north side of Longitude. You know, the other thing I would suggest is if the board doesn't agree with my suggestion, that they take a very substantial look at the size and scale of that building. There is nothing on either the north or the south side of Longitude that matches that size and scale. So, if we are to, and I hope we don't, if we are to mar the historical nature of Longitude Lane, I hope we'll do it with a less substantive building with far less mass and far less scale than the building that's proposed. You know, I also note that I don't believe it's the jurisdiction of this board, but there is a problem with flooding in that neighborhood. And the more hardscape and the more foundations that you put in that neighborhood, the greater the flooding is. I just have one picture that I want to just distribute it to you, just to give you the extent of the nature of the change in the water table over the last 5 years, and I'll distribute this to you as well. And this is actually taken from this is actually taken from my basement. And what you find on the wall of basements of this age is that as water leaches through, the gypsum leaves a mark at where the water level is. And what I'm showing you in this picture is the historical line for this water leaching is about 1 to 2 inches. And in the last 3 to 4 years, there's a new line, as you can see, my tape measure shows, which takes it up to 10 inches. So I also worry about the effect of putting more, more impervious material in the neighborhood and affecting the water table for people in the residential neighborhood. But I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else speaking?
Joyce Pope for the Charleston Foundation. HCF has reviewed the application for conceptual approval of a new single-family residence at 2 Longitude Lane. The design has been modified from the previously approved design, and we prefer the previous details, which included smaller, more proportional 6/6 windows, a chimney that extended to the ground, and a slightly lower building height. We respectfully request that these features are retained.
Do we have anyone else speaking? Okay, Frankie, if you give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Okay, staff had some observations first. The proposed chimney configuration is awkward. The chimney should go all the way to the ground. Per BAR hardscape policy, walls should not create a fortress-like appearance. Architectural direction feels inconsistent. The previous version had a clearer direction. And some of the dormers stretch up to the ridge. Those should be brought down off the ridge. Staff conditions for approval as to restudy proportions, simplify window types, and restudy the placement per BAR principles for new construction. The size and frequency of windows is one of the most significant visual characteristics of a building. They should provide repetitive rhythm horizontally, but not be too repetitive vertically. And the dormer layout and height should be mirrored on either side of the ridge. A staff recommendation is a deferral for restudy with board and staff conditions.
Thank you, Frankie. Mr. Levitt, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or the city staff comments?
Okay, thank you.
All right, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote. Just want to say I remember this application mostly because we never see hand drawings. And we did already approve the size. So is this a new application or is this a modification?
They submitted it as a modification.
As a modification to an existing, okay. I'll let you all comment.
Frankie, can you clarify your simplify windows? What is it that the staff has a problem?
There were multiple types, and we normally tell people to be a little more consistent with the number of types of windows. So size and proportion.
Zero.
Is there an elevation that you were thinking of?
I did not write down which elevation I was talking about when we wrote that comment, so I apologize. Normally, I note which elevation we were most concerned with. And it seems like it was just a general discussion when staff was reviewing the drawings.
Wilmer, what do you think?
The current proposal is taller. I'm not quite sure how much because the original one to the ridge was 33, but that was to the cross ridge on the back, it looked like. And this one to the ridge is 34, but that's not actually to the peak of the front elevation. So I don't, it's a little difficult for the drawings to determine how tall it is.
It looks like it's about 3 feet.
About 3 feet taller.
Probably.
I think it probably is, yeah. And
I think that's making that upper story look much taller above the
well,
band.
the pair of the
Yeah,
gable
the
are making,
location of the
are doing.
Is there an agreement with
The
staff?
upper level probably went to the standing, yeah.
I would agree with staff. I would make a motion. Is it too early to make a motion?
No.
I would make a motion to approve the plans with staff comments and preliminary and final by staff.
So it's a conceptual approval. With,
And in that was, just to be clear, in that was the height, was that height massing over, they would lower the height more consistent to the other submittal, the hand drawn submittal.
wait, is height, I don't think height's in there.
Would you agree with that, Fillmore?
Staff's recommendation was for deferral and is part of this.
I think he's proposing conceptual approval and
Yeah,
they can
that's
work with
right.
staff. And I think we need to add a board condition as to the
Yeah.
height. So to reduce the height consistent with the prior approval.
Yes.
I don't think more like a height reduction is more like a deferral
Right.
to me. And because it's going to change, the proportions of, I think, when it comes down of everything in the building and
You want to change to a deferral?
Defer.
yeah, I mean, I think if we're talking about lowering the building, a deferral is more
Okay.
appropriate.
Well, this is what
But
I,
staff comments and any other comments.
so then I've got, oh, do you have another condition?
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
My comment was simply that if one of the conditions is to lower the height back to the height of the original submittal, I think that's a deferral. Because there's in the process, also there's in the original the chimney configuration is different. It does go to the, I believe it goes.
It's in
Yeah.
board on the first.
It's in board of the side addition, I mean of the side elevation. And the window patterns on the original are more traditional than the casements.
So Daryl, what I think your motion was a deferral with staff observation and conditions, which I think captures everything that I've heard. Plus a board condition to reduce the height consistent with the prior board approval.
Yeah.
And so then we'll see it back. Do I have a second to Daryl's motion?
Second.
Becky, the motion to a vote. Fillmore,
Yeah, in favor.
Daryl,
Yeah, in favor.
Becky,
Yeah, in favor.
the chair votes the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, agenda item 1289, Ashley. Yes, we'll take I know we've already been out for 5 minutes. I actually need to take a break too. 5 minutes, we'll reconvene at 7:50.
Becky, I may have.
And then we're gonna go to the bathroom.
Battery. I'm on safe battery, but I didn't bring my charger. I always charge it. Oh, no. It's got like, what is it? It's a different, it's a random business. There's this apple. Yeah. That's all right. It may survive.
Can you turn it off while we're ready?
I've never had it.
Well, I can share the image with you. I mean, you have your notes, so if you need.
Yeah, I've got my.
I can just slide my
If
over.
it does, that's what I was
Share the
saying.
imagery. Mine usually has notes written on it.
Yeah, that's okay.
That happened to me.
Mine
once, but
I just typed that. But I was just gonna warn you that I may have to scoot over there and look on your
Oh, that's
screen.
fine. Yeah,
If my.
Yeah, just
That's all
fine.
right. I've never had my. It sits on the charger and when I pull it off, it's fully charged. I've never had it, the battery did.
we have 5 more projects.
It's okay. It's 5 o'clock.
Okay. 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 Yeah. Oh, there is no. Okay. Okay. Here's the thing, how to get started when they don't have a card yet. We ordered them at the same time. There may be. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Definitely. I can write. I write it down. Yeah. Either or. Yeah, I really need cards. Okay. Okay. Okay, well, it was pretty much, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So I was asked about stages.
Yeah. Yeah, certainly. We could have them. I'll get back to you. Okay. Washington Drive.
Yeah, I mean, if we gotta deal with staff to finish up whatever they have questions about, that's no big deal, but yeah, I agree.
That was my hike.
Oh. That might be. Oh.
We do, but you have people that.
Yeah, I don't ever, was I have to demo something, I keep that as it's totally separate.
You could get straight from the right.
You know, not that they can't even walk into.
Okay, so it's bad.
So we got two garage,
Yeah.
Garage, you know, as long as
Yeah.
it's nobody makes those things anymore. That is like this, right? That was a big house. Or longitude. Yeah, it was real big house.
Little things for here and there, but.
Okay, so.
Good luck, my man.
Yeah.
You know, say, you show us. And then which way they settle the arrows.
I never saw her, and I didn't see that.
I wish I could have all the hands on this train. Architects did, you know, for conceptual. Because they were pretty cool. But it, thinking in future, I would frame them kind of as yeah, that would be really good to have in my office.
Do that more. It's a drop. People are always here. She's like, hey, he's not absolutely. So there's a consistent.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's one. Shoot, just everywhere. Just like.
Maybe I better play one. Play one into you.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
You are. All right, we are back in session and we are on agenda item 1289 Ashley Avenue. Frankie, will give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
89 Ashley is in Charleston Village Council District 8. It is a category 2 circa 1838 in the Old Historic District. They are requesting an appeal of a staff decision for a prefabricated storage shed at the rear of the property. And this is the property's location on Ashley. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Sure, how are you? I'm William Lucy, I'm the homeowner, so I'm not an attorney nor an accountant, nor do I play one on TV, so. So I'm at a disadvantage with all this, and then the presentation too isn't as great as some of the other ones as well. I do have some drawings, but they're bad. So I have 4 kids, there's 6 of us in the house, and the reason that we're putting this together is we have no storage at 89 Ashley Avenue. I mean, the bedrooms luckily have some closet space, but there's no basement, there's a crawl space, but it's more of like a hatch that you get into that's about 4 feet or so high. So it's not an elevated building at all. So what we were thinking, hoping, that we could at least get some of the stuff out of extra space storage, which we're paying a couple $100 a month for, into a 12 by 10 prefab shed. That I guess in that property photo, it's in the rear right-hand corner of the property. So I'll go through, if I knew I had a real presentation, I would have probably done better than this, but so this is just the application. But I'll show you some of the drawings. So we did get zoning approval So that was done maybe a couple of weeks ago. And you can see the location of the shed. I know it's small there, but it's in the rear back part of the property. There is a kitchen house that's in the middle of the property. It used to be a part of 89 Ashley, and it's owned by someone else currently. So that's the plat. And then this is the Sanborn map. So there is a, if you look at 89 Ashley, there was some type of structure there. We can't tell what it was before. It's closer to the kitchen house. We do still have some of the old bricks that are actually from the property that we're saving, so we can do a walkway and things like that to preserve some of that. But there was something there. We don't know. The previous owners don't know. And some of the owners that have been there for 4 years don't even know what was back there, other than the remains of whatever was back there that was taken apart. So that's the one map. And then this is just a bigger map. So you can see there was some kind of a structure there at one point. The shed would be to the left, all the way in that upper left-hand corner. So that's just the Sanborn maps. I pulled a couple copies. We went to the library for that. And so this is I wish I made the pictures bigger. So this is the driveway. So our house is up here on the right-hand side. So I'll walk you through. So this is the driveway, and walking up the driveway, it's about 220 feet to the rear of the property, to that corner that we were looking for the shed. You can see there is a fence. There's a lot of coverage, trees, and all that stuff too. As we approach, you can see this little smaller picket fence. That's the kitchen house's property. And I think I have some pictures of that as well. But this is the back of the property. So if you go all the way to the back, 220 feet. So the white car is mine there. And so there's my drawing. There's the shed, the 12 by 10. So it'd be all the way in that corner spot of the property. So I think I have a view. So I'm back there again. Let's see. Am I going backwards? Okay, so this is a view from the property standing in that corner, looking out. So the kitchen house would be on the left-hand side. That walkway or driveway that we went up would be on the right-hand side. So you can't really see a lot of that that's there. So again, another picture of the corner. And then from that corner, if you were standing in that corner looking to the left, there would be the kitchen house, which is right there. In the lower photo. So the edge of the shed, like if we were on that corner, we're in line with this part of the house, of the kitchen house. So that's just more of the location pieces. That's more of the kitchen house, again, and you can see our house is all the way on the other side. So again, 220 feet. Another view of the kitchen house. So you can see if you go straight down that porch on the kitchen house, the corner is all the way to the upper right. So you can't really see it from this angle, but I just wanted to show from the kitchen house where that was. And another peek at it this is from the left side of the kitchen house, looking at that corner. Well, actually aiming towards that corner, and this is what's kind of in the way towards the corner there. A little bit more of our driveway. Just showing that our house is on the right-hand side. It's a 3.5-story property. And these are just the details. I'm not going to go into them, but the wood framing, it's a 12 by 10 prefab shed from Lowe's. It's wood. It has architectural shingles. It's 12 by 10, I believe. The other measurements are in there too. And then this is more of the wood floor framing detail that I was provided by Backyard Solutions, which is going to be the installer for the shed. Let's see. So this is just a picture of the shed. So we would match colors to our current house, which is like a white and Charleston green type of look and feel. We put vents at the bottom of the shed, 12-inch vents for FEMA flooding requirements. So we're not going to elevate it. So we do the 12-inch vents, 2 of those. Again, I'm not an architect, or the installer kind of went through that with us. Just the side of it. So there really isn't too much exciting here as I'm going through. Let's see if there's anything else. No, and this was just some of the other details around, just some additional things that we would do to make it 150 mile per hour wind rating with rafter tie downs and all that good stuff, and anchors So all of that I'm sure is with another department, but we have all that mapped out, ready to go with pricing. Let's see. And there's just events. Anchors, so we just added some of the details, so that's really it, and we're just requesting the shed, so we have some storage for the family, but we leave it in your hands, so thank you for listening.
Any questions for the applicant? Thank you. Do we have anyone speaking? Frankie, if we give us city staff comments and recommendations.
Okay, staff just has an observation that staff can approve alterations or additions at, on category 2 properties, which is why it was denied by staff.
Thank you, Frankie. Mr. Palusi?
Yes.
Did you want to respond to or clarify anything in the staff comment? And you don't have to.
Oh.
You just have the
No, I think
opportunity.
we spoke, so I knew that that was the case, that's because of the property and all that stuff too. So that's really it, and the location where we're putting the shed is pretty far out there too.
All right, thank you. All right, public comment in the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote. Can you see this from the
I'm
public?
assuming this is somehow visible.
I cannot imagine this is visible. Based on the
It's hard to
picture,
know the vegetation doesn't count.
I know
Yeah,
vegetation
vegetation
doesn't
doesn't
count,
count.
but even from the corner of that kitchen house, I don't know if you could see it around the kitchen house. Going that far back at that angle from the public right of way,
It's hard to tell.
I guess we don't have a.
I couldn't figure out.
Fillmore, has the board been presented with these type of structures before since I've been
I
on the
think
board?
this is the first one I've seen, and I mean, just from a precedent setting situation, I think approving Lowe's rebuilt sheds in the Holden Historic District, particularly on a category 2 structure, is not a good thing.
I think that's why everyone
I'm
understands.
open to argument, but I don't recall now. It doesn't mean that's some that I've forgotten years ago, some years ago. This has come before us before, but I don't recall it. Not a
No,
prefabricated.
well, that's why to not set precedent, this is either a deferral so that we can get a sightline study. Or it's we definitely can't see this and we don't have purview.
Yeah, I mean, if we
If
can't
it's
see
not
it, we don't,
then-
right, we don't have purview, and so it shouldn't really be before us.
Yeah.
And so I was saying, because it is before us, I'm assuming somehow you can sans vegetation, you can see this right away.
Is staff sure you can see this from the public right away?
I didn't review the permit, but that was my understanding.
She said,
I didn't review the permit, but that was my understanding from, I think Travis reviewed it.
That it was.
That it was.
Yeah, well, if it's visible.
Or that he
I
couldn't,
think it's.
or that he couldn't confirm that it wasn't.
Acceptable. Potential,
if we can see it, this is
Setting
precedent
precedent.
setting in a category 2, we just.
We can't approve it.
I think so. I think it needs to be more, I have no objection to putting up, to having a shed back there.
Can we give the
To
applicant
be-
some
it needs To
guidance?
be carefully considered and properly designed and built.
Can we give it, yeah.
Yeah, some guidance on,
Yeah, and then the one other point that I wanted to bring up was about the highest quality materials too. That would be applicable to this as well, right?
Yeah.
Because this has like a loop metal siding and or corner board.
It's got metal corner boards.
So the board would be receptive to a site-built structure of similar size, but probably a little better materials.
Okay.
That's fair to say.
Oh, absolutely.
and I think Frankie, could they work with staff if it is something that,
We can't approve anything that is not.
It still has to come back to us.
Repair to match existing, yeah. Unfortunately.
on a category 2, okay?
Right there.
So it still has to come before us, but I hope that's helpful that given,
Right.
given the category of the home, something of this size, but it's materials and really
Yes,
material.
we would more than likely approve the height, scale and mass of something like this. It would need to be stick built with better materials.
Right. Okay, so if we had a contractor come up, we'd have to have an architectural design.
You
or
have to have a
something.
drawing, good drawings that depict the siding, all the materials
Right.
and all the elevations. But
Right.
they're pretty, for what you're trying to do, it's relatively remedial.
Okay, and would it be bricks and stuff like that, like the main house, or
So-
would it just be wood and?
It doesn't have to be brick. No.
Okay,
It could be wood, yes.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so then we just have to come back and. Just bring back another plan.
And it'd be the same for conceptual approval, and it'd likely be something, we haven't seen the plan yet, but something that we would do a conceptual approval and then let staff, you would work with staff on preliminary and final.
Okay,
It'd be wise to meet with Frankie before you came back and
yeah,
she'd keep
Yeah.
you between the lines.
okay. Sounds good.
Do we have a motion?
To defer,
Well, I think it would be denial as
Okay.
submitted. Fillmore,
I would make a motion for denial as submitted.
okay, we have a motion on the floor for denial as submitted. Do I have a second to Fillmore's motion? Thank you, Becky. I put the motion to vote. Daryl,
you in favor?
Fillmore,
Yeah, in favor.
Becky,
Yeah, in favor.
the chair votes for the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
All right, thanks. I'll be back. Thank you.
We are on agenda item 13, 1138 King Street. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction and overview of the project, please.
1138 King Street is in North Central Council District 4. It is a category 4, or group 1 in this district, and circa 1925 and the historic corridor district. They're requesting conceptual approval for a new garage. And I'm going to turn it over to the.
Hi, everyone. I'm Anthony Britt, our structural engineer for the months and was able to make it tonight. But on his behalf, what we're doing is demoing an existing garage. We're replacing it with a new garage in the exact same location. We're going back with Sierra wood siding. Might help. It's the wrong way.
No, you're going the right way.
Oh, right way? Okay. Oops, there you go. The garage is on your left, it shows the existing. The garage on your right is showing a proposed. The garage on your left had 4-foot second floor walls. And this garage on your right will be doing proposed having 8 foot, so it's slightly taller. We're going back with the same garage doors that we had on the previous, for the new as well. The exterior siding going to be hardy Arctic. And we're also going with Benjamin Moore color as a white. The shingles still gonna be the same and gonna be on a concrete slab. The floor plan slightly changed. If you look at the existing floor plan shows the steps in the center. We're moving the steps off to the left side of the garage, giving us a little bit more space on the first floor. And on the second floor, because we have 8-foot walls, the ceiling height is a little higher as well. We added a bathroom, which has had a bathroom on the existing plan as well. There's nothing too much really changing. We've pretty much gone the same things, making it wider, to bring it up to. Any questions?
Any questions?
This is the one where we approved demolition about 4 or 5, 6 months ago, right?
Approved it end of January.
And they came back and we asked for just a more complete application with existing. Yeah. Any questions? Thank you.
All right.
Do we have anyone speaking?
Joyce Pope, Historic Charleston Foundation. HCF respectfully requests that the height, scale, and massing of the design of the garage be thoughtfully restudied. At present, the proportions feel somewhat unbalanced, and we suggest that the overall composition would benefit from a more symmetrical approach. Given that this is a street-facing garage located next to a more modest residential structure, we feel a more restrained scale would help the design relate more comfortably to its immediate context.
Is there anyone else speaking? Okay, Frankie, if you give us city staff comments and recommendations.
Staff had a couple observations. The demolition of the existing garage was approved in the end of January by you guys. The proposed structure is 2 feet taller than the previous, but it is still subordinate to the existing house. And the structure has been shifted from the original placement to sit within the setbacks. Staff condition for approval is we recommend reducing the width of the garage to increase the distance between the new structure and the existing house. Staff recommendation is a conceptual approval with board and staff conditions and preliminary final review by staff. Permit documents.
Thank you, Frankie. Mr. Britt, did you want to respond to or clarify anything in the public comment or the city staff comments? Okay. All right, public comment. The applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote. Our original ask here was we approved demolition and wanted something similar, although it was an odd garage, we wanted something similar
It was
to
leaning.
go back. It was leaning,
It still is.
and those stairs in the middle were very safe and code compliant. I think they've done what we asked here. And that's just my opinion.
No, I kind of disagree. I think
Yeah.
it's wider and it's taller and
It is.
doesn't have the street elevation, doesn't have.
I think it looks
I
bloated
think
too.
the streetscape is a little disconcerting. So,
And the
and
new-
the symmetry is gone. This is street basing on Maple.
So,
It is.
I mean, I know that the original concept was something similar.
Mhm.
We'll be back in that, I certainly don't disagree with that, but this structure is a taller and wider. And the roof pitch is lower. And I think that between those, but the wider and the lower roof pitch really changes the street appearance of this. I think if it were, I think the 2 feet taller, I kind of looked at that in relation to the other buildings on the street, and it is, the little house next to it doesn't kind of, so it's a 1-story little story house. The house next to it's larger, just going one up, one down. And so I think that could be okay with the 2 feet if the building were narrower and maybe a little more pitch in the roof, and it gave it a little more verticality. And it is really crowding the house next door. And I think it needs to be moved off that.
Yeah.
And then that might solve all those problems. If it just,
Yeah.
I don't have anything,
It wasn't-
the sort of general architectural direction is I think what we recommended.
And you're okay with height?
Or,
Just
yeah.
pull it in.
And that, I would say, okay, on the fact that it's 2 feet taller, if it could get narrower, because, and that would help create a little more pitch on the roof. I mean, the old one was only a 4, but 12, this is a 3 and 12, and
Yeah.
it really reads as flat and wide. It does on the street presence, and I think that needs to be adjusted a little.
Yeah.
Even if you kept a lot of the height and it was a 1.5 stories with kind of sheds on both sides.
Yeah.
That would
Or-
break
or
up the
even-
mass and
even-
it wouldn't seem 2 stories, but it
Even
would
bring
be
it
2
down and
stories.
pitch the roof and put some shed dormers on it or
Yeah.
something.
Still have the mass you need.
Yeah.
So I would strongly suggest doing that. So to make a motion would be to restudy the mass.
Are you deferring, or staff had said to bring it in? This is maybe it gets into what you were saying earlier. If we want to bring it in, is that really getting into something that needs to come back to the board? Because the staff has suggested conceptual approval with their staff condition, one of which is to bring in the massing. So could we give them conceptual approval with these?
Let's see, yeah, just-
Conditions
yeah,
that-
remember reducing the width of the garage, that, and, I don't know, you're making the motion.
I mean, I think I'm taking it a step further than staff. I'm saying,
Come back.
even if they don't come back, I'm saying I would break up that second floor mass by similar to the original design, where it had a lower roof line with dormers popping out of it. And that way it doesn't appear as a 2-story bloated box. And that way it still gives them what they want. They still get the volume up there. We're not saying you can't have it. We're saying step it in. And I would agree with the symmetry on the doors and the garage doors and the entry door.
So what was your motion?
It's all over the place.
Well, I think I got the, but I guess my question is, are you okay with a conceptual with these?
I am.
Or, okay,
I am.
well then what I think your motion was is conceptual approval with staff conditions. And board condition 1, to restudy and consider lowering the roof line and incorporating dormers. And 2, to restudy the symmetry.
Yes. And by dormers, I mean, you could literally shed both sides. You see what I'm saying? It's not like little dormers with, so you have the space. I think it'll look better from the street. That's the reasoning on that.
And then preliminary and final review by staff of permit documents. So y'all can just work with staff.
You don't have to come back here.
You don't have to come back.
It'll look better.
You don't have to come back and wait until, yeah.
We all agree.
Okay.
Not that it would have mattered.
We might have hamstrung them with the, make it look like
More like the original one.
the original one. Maybe that was, okay, do I have a second to Daryl's motion?
Oh, second.
Thank you, Fillmore, with the motion to a vote. Becky?
Yeah, in favor.
Daryl?
You in favor?
Fillmore?
Yeah, in favor.
The chair votes majority and the motion passes unanimously.
Read me your motion, just make sure I.
Yes, it's conceptual approval, and it's with board and staff conditions. So adopt that whole, your entire recommendation, but the 2 board conditions are to restudy and consider lowering the roof line and incorporating dormers. And restudy the symmetry. Got that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Appreciate your time.
We appreciate you all staying here with us. Agenda item 14-770 Rutledge Avenue. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
Right. 770 Rutledge is in North Central Council District 4. It is unrated circa 1930 in the Historic Corridor District, requesting a conceptual approval for a rear addition. This is the property's location on Rutledge. And I'm going to turn it over to the applicant.
Sorry. Hi there. I'm Lauren Sanchez, the client's designer. They've asked me to speak on their behalf tonight. The clients are Heather Angus and Ron Conscroft. They presented during the last meeting. They just to present during the last meeting themselves, and were deferred with some modifications to the property. And so I just wanted to go over where we left off and the modifications that were made for your election. Let's see, I'm just going to go to this slide right here, which I wish we had had this slide in the presentation at the onset. My apologies for not including this. So what this is the home at 770 Rutledge. The picture on the upper left-hand corner is an original image of the home. The picture in the lower left-hand corner is actually what the home looked like after it had been given Board of Architectural Review approval to have all of the dangerous elements removed in around 2000. So in around 2000, all of the porches that were collapsing were taken off of the building. And then in 2010, the property was purchased by someone who lovingly worked to restore it. And they implemented some additions as well. The picture in the lower right-hand corner is what the house looked like when it went on the market in 2012, after they restored the original body of the home. And then you can see in this diagram here, we have the yellow portion is, of course, what you're seeing here, which is clearly historic structure. The green area is restored porches, restored more or less in line with the plan. They seemed to follow the plan for the most part. They're missing a little eyebrow at the front, but for the most part, they did a fine job of trying to replicate that. The blue part is actually an addition that was not part of the original structure. And I should have included a whole nother slide of pages that showed what
the original structure looks like, but the blue portion is actually a 2012 addition, 2011, 2012 addition onto the home. The pink portion off the back is what the current homeowners wish to add on to the home. So we, because the kitchen is actually relatively small, the living room in the back is hard to utilize for a family. They're a family that of course loves this property. They love that it was lovingly restored and wish to be historically respectful of the home. So our original proposal proposed to expand off of the 2012 addition in line with it and step in per setbacks, but also out of perspective the original structure on the north elevation of the house. So the last instruction, I'll go to our elevations here, which are probably the most informative. The south elevation is going to be our most informative. Of course, on the screen it looks pretty up. So this is the original home with the original structure, the restored porch, the 2011, 2012 addition area, two-story addition. And then what we proposed and was rejected last time was that we were proposing to just expand that 2012 addition without any sort of delineation on the north side. Definitely delineation, excuse me, this is the south elevation, pardon me, with no delineation on the south side, definitely delineation on the north side. And the directive was that, I guess maybe the understanding was that this was historic, that this piece of the house, excuse me, was historic. So the request was, which we have done, was to step in and delineate this expansion of the kitchen and living space with a step in the structure, a step down of the roof line, and a change in materiality. So those are just the 3 steps that were asked to be studied. I only bring this part up because I lacked sharing with you all the history of the project, that actually the element we were attaching or adding on to was actually from 2012 and not 1913 or 1930 rather. So however, noted on the directive, and this is what it looks like with our, we're stepped in, 1 stud bay, we're stepped down similarly, and then we've adjusted the original siding is a 5-inch exposed, and we've moved to a 7-inch exposed. Just in response to the request. I should note that the siding here was already delineated in the 2012 edition. I brought a picture. This is really, I'm so sorry I didn't include this in the thing. It's the 2012 edition is hardy plank. It's already sort of differentiated hardy plank siding as opposed to the more historically appropriate milled wood to match the original size of the home. So I would have loved to have argued further for this, but I can also see how this does show the history. It shows that actually in 2012 this element happened, and in 2025 this element's going to happen. So it continues to tell a story for the home. I'm happy to go either way, but just wanted to share that sort of how we addressed the request. I'll show you from the rear of the house as well. Actually, that side was, this side we had, again, the historic structure, we had already stepped this in a fair amount, and we did change this was the rejected application, and then we changed the siding scale on the revised application. And then the rear addition of the home, again, a replica of historic 1930 structure. This was 2012 new construction, but this reflects us coming off the back, working to again make the house more, it's a double depth lot, working to utilize the property a little bit and make the house more usable for this family. The difference here, you can see, so it's hard to tell, our application last time that was rejected, the new one shows the wider siding and it's hardly visible, but the roof step down for your last request. I'm just going to go back to, I guess I can leave it on this one, or whichever one you think is most useful. I think that concludes my presentation. Any questions?
I have a couple.
Sure.
On the north, it looks like in the plan, there's a fireplace.
On the north elevation, there is
Oh, it's just on the first floor.
just on the first floor,
Okay.
just in plan, it's just an,
Ventless.
that's correct.
Something.
It's, yes, that's right. It's just an interior fireplace. There's no chimney associated with it. That's right.
And then on the south elevation proposed, the addition just to the right of the back, the addition piece, the E line there, is the intent that that align with, I'm not sure, it looks a little bit different on the south elevation than it does on the east elevation of that piece,
Gotcha.
the addition.
Right. I see what you're saying, like the eave here,
Yeah.
it's pulled back, so it's a little bit less, in depth. So you're
I'm
right.
not sure if you have the east elevation.
Right, right.
It looks like it's. I guess I'm thinking honestly, it would be better if it was just in line with that.
In line with, it could certainly be in line with, yeah, you're right. But thank you. Yeah.
Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone speaking? Frankie, to give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Staff had some observations. The addition has been inset on the south elevation. Roof line addition has been lowered and siding of addition is differentiated from the historic structure. Staff recommendation is a conceptual approval with preliminary and final review by staff of permit documents.
Thank you, Frankie. Ms. Sanchez, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the city staff comments?
No, I did just have one question about the notion that the addition that we're expanding, the knowledge of it being from 2012, does that change the board's recommendation to step in and, or would we still like to see? Yeah.
I think we can talk about it during board discussion.
Sure.
Not for me, I mean, because
I'm gonna move into public comment. We'll move into board discussion and a vote. Now, Fillmore. Now go.
computer just shut down. No, I mean, I think that the concept that you differentiate in some way. As you add on to historic building is appropriate. Because in that edition might be 2018, but then 70 years from now, then that differentiation is appropriate because it explains the evolution of the building. So I think that would not change my concept that there needs to be some reasonable way, at least for appropriately educated eye to tell where an older part of a building stops and a newer part begins.
I don't think I was at this meeting for this plan, but what do you all think about?
I agree with staff. I'm
of all the comments?
respectfully pleased with what they've done.
Oh, y'all know, it doesn't have to, the comment didn't, it was not reflective in any negative way, but I think it's fine.
Sure.
Yeah.
No,
I just have that one comment on.
yeah, just a
On
comment.
that eave on the south elevation be clarified. That's not.
Yeah.
It was up above.
It
Sorry,
does.
I'm all over.
I think it should align. I apologize.
I think
Yeah.
it's a drawing error.
No, thank you.
You want to make a motion with your comment?
Yeah, I'll make a motion. So I make a motion for conceptual approval of preliminary and final review by staff with staff observations. And is that and board condition that the eave on the south elevation align with the adjacent eave.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with preliminary and final review by staff of permit documents with staff observations and a board condition that the eave on the south elevation align with the adjacent eave. Do I have a second to Becky's motion?
I'll second.
Daryl, I'll put the motion to a vote. Fillmore,
Yay in favor.
Becky,
Yeah, in favor.
Daryl,
Yeah.
chair vote to the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Agenda item 1563 Ashley Avenue. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction or overview of the project, please.
Cheers.
Oh. Too bad it wasn't the last one.
I didn't even think about it when I was.
Do you want to continue with you?
Take that as a yes. Okay, 63 Ashley Avenue, is in Charleston Village, Council District 8. It is a category 4, circa 1872 in the Old Historic District, requesting a conceptual approval for rear addition and to reestablish the double piazza. This is the property's location on Ashley. And Joel, you're up.
Joel, did you make Frankie mad? She's put you at the end of the meeting.
And I'll lead off, Joel Adrian, Coastal Creek, but silly me, I was worried when I got here at 5:30, like, oh crap, I haven't missed my application. So I certainly did not. And thank you for the marathons that you do twice a month. 63 Ashley, you've looked at it twice. First time we were way off out of the ballpark, second time we got a little closer, and I hope that the drawings reflect attention to the comments and that we were listening to what we received from y'all at the previous submittal. There were a handful of things that we were directed to look at. Start flipping through the right side, right? Okay, there it is. I'll start with the site plan and first part, because there was concern that my hyphen connection was getting larger than the addition, not really, but jokingly, yes. And so let's see, pick up back here. And so we got previously presented and current presented, the hyphen structure being this area here. It has been reduced by 8 feet, is what we took out of it. So when we look at the floor plan, I think that might be the most successful, drawing to look at. You can see the reconfiguration of the great room, the stair area, the kitchen stayed the same, and the kitchen now is the only element that reads as the hyphen, versus before it was the kitchen plus this laundry area. So we pulled it back. We also addressed a comment about the rear porch and reducing the depth of the rear porch. And hopefully you feel that that was successful as well. We were asked, let's see if we get, so there's roof plan. You can see that on that bottom, definitely stretched in, rear porch getting smaller. I do think, actually, I will go back and say something else that I believe is probably important on this hyphen piece. Prior, our stairs came up, the secondary stair came up and then went into this area here. When you look at the elevations, I believe that our reconfiguration of this space is more effective. The stairs go up and that door leading in to the mudroom and not being visible from that elevation. And so we'll go get to those columns here. Yeah, so the iterations of front elevation, not a whole lot of change in that except for the village request and the piazzas on the historic house to go back and be detailed more as they would have been at that time. I think when you look at the previous, the columns were little toothpicks. I am concerned that that I got a little too hawkish and we got little 10-inch columns that are turned in there. As I'm looking at it over and over, I submitted and I'm like, maybe they're a little too big. But I'll let y'all kind of give me your thoughts on that. And then here you can see the top was the previous submitted, bottom is the current proposed. There was concern about the window sizes on the addition piece. Hyphen has been addressed, rear porch has been addressed. Rear porch detail, pretty simply, little 2x2 pickets. The columns were a little smaller, which was a directive from the board. Rear elevation, top original left side elevation was previous, and then the right one is more recent current. So I think that hopefully, I guess that's a little, then this, so the front elevation of this house and the left side are the two prominent ones as you're walking down, actually going towards Colonial Lake, which would be towards Buffane. You don't really see much of the right-hand side, another house there when you get to past this, if you were at Colonial Lake and heading back down Ashley towards Wentworth. This elevation, at least from front to here of historic house is I think highly visible. You start to see this, and then this, starts to get pretty deep in the lot. You're not seeing quite as much, but I do feel like the adjustments have been successful. There was another request, and that was the fascia, the eave height of the addition. Prior, if you look, it was taller, it was higher. The roof mass was a little higher, so we reduced the pitch on that roof. We also dropped that fascia down, so those rooms will have little clip ceilings and then they'll flatten out.
Is that so? It appears that the soffit heights are similar, or
Julie, you were done with your application, right?
Yeah.
Sorry. You said I could talk anytime.
You can.
The same question. On the south elevation,
Yeah.
where they lined up.
I was gonna ask you about that, so.
Yeah, so this, on this one here, the addition eave is actually a little higher than the historic house, and here they are in line. And then it was asked to, I think, detail that frieze board a little closer to what was on the historic house. You can see that better on, let's see if it's the next house back. Flooring side, the way that this is existing, and so we brought this when we dropped that pitch. This facial line does line up with that.
Because the pitches are different.
Correct.
That's one's higher, one's lower. So
Any other questions? Thank you. Do we have anyone speaking?
Wait, I'm sorry, I do have one question.
Okay.
I'm a little curious about why the windows in the hyphen in the addition are so much higher, the sill height, than the existing. If the
So-
floor is the same.
So the floor is the same. Well, so addition, so if you look up here, head height was a little higher. We had 8-foot head heights on 10-foot ceiling initially, I think, or this was no, but so we still put an 8-foot head height, sorry. Then there was a request, I thought when I listened to the, because I wasn't here at the previous presentation, but when I listened back, that these windows should more closely be proportioned to these versus these larger glass openings, and so, and adding the shutters. And so we did that, but we kept the higher head height of 8 feet. We could certainly adjust that.
Are those like 4 feet off the floor? Or they look really
And so they do look, yeah, so I mean, maybe there's a happy medium between
something
the
funny.
previous and the current. But what we did was, because we thought the directive was to take this unit,
Right.
change the grid pattern. We can certainly drop that head height to help the gap down here. It'll certainly increase dimension here, unless it's okay to take those away from what we're reading here in this element.
It's also like on the existing house, that gable that's facing us. You might, in the photographs, it appears like the second floor windows are the same size as the first floor window, like on the rest of the house. So that would be worth checking that too.
Just make a note.
So there's something funny about the proportions of those second floor windows.
Any other questions? Did we ask for public?
Okay, not public yet.
Did you also, you had, I know that's what, okay, oh, that's, okay. I thought I'd asked you.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys, it's getting late.
Okay.
Frankie, did you want, city staff comments and recommendations, please?
Staff had some observations. The hyphen has been shortened. Fenestration on the addition has been altered. Overall height of addition has been lowered. And the balusters on the rear addition porch have been simplified. Staff is recommending conceptual approval with preliminary and final review by staff.
Joel, did you have any response?
I like what staff said.
All right, we are now in board discussion and a vote.
I need to be later on the agendas for staff to do that. If that's happy to be.
So I just had a couple of things to review with you guys, like in the floor plan on A5. I was just like that south wall is flush with the south wall of the existing house. Didn't know if that should have stepped in a little bit. I had a similar comment to Daryl, which was, you know, to me, actually, one of the more important things might be the eave line.
Me too.
Over the, I don't think you're really gonna, I mean, we asked for the ridge to be lower, but I think really the eave of the addition needs to be lower. Even a little bit to distinguish itself from the existing. And I think they need to re-review what's happening with the windows. There's something, I'm not convinced that the second floor windows on the existing gable on the south are accurate. And the size of the second floor windows in the addition look funny. There's something very funny proportionally. And the fact that they don't line up on the first floor. They look like they're set at the ceiling. So something is, I think there needs to be a little bit of a restudy of demonstration on that south elevation, I guess is what I'm saying. Those are my comments.
I'm in agreement with you on everything. Do you want to make a motion that?
Do you want to see it back or do you think it's a staff?
No, they can make the staff.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Becky is making a motion.
So I make a motion for conceptual approval of preliminary and final review by staff with,
I think I got two of them, but
it's probably just with board comments.
just say board comments generally. And Joel, you
I don't
can.
think there are any staff.
It was definitely lower the eve.
Yeah, I've got
Would be the south
lower.
wall.
Oh, that's the one I didn't get.
The
So
location of the south wall in plan to step back from the existing.
relocate.
Yeah.
Hold on.
To not align with the existing, basically. On the south elevation to lower the eave. And restudy the existing and new fenestration.
Okay.
You got it.
I still don't have that first board condition. Sorry.
Footprint, so.
I know it's on A5, but
South wall, yeah, the new south wall should actually step in slightly from the existing.
okay.
south
Got it.
wall. Then we have the eave and the windows.
Relocating the south wall. And
What?
that didn't make sense to me, but probably made sense to you. But the new south wall should step in from the addition.
It's in the same plane.
Oh, it should step in from the existing.
Yes.
Yeah,
And there's lowering the eave height and studying.
got that one. And then restudy the window heights in the addition and the size of the second floor windows in the addition.
Yeah,
Okay, so I've got a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with preliminary and final review by staff permit documents with 3 board conditions. First to the new south wall should be stepped in from the existing. 2 to lower the eave of the addition, and 3 to study the window heights in the addition and the size of the second floor windows in the addition. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Put the motion to a vote. Becky,
yeah, in favor.
Daryl,
In favor.
chair votes the majority, and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. We would be done, but there are 16 items on this agenda. Agenda item 16, 54 Market Street.
Yeah.
Easy.
Excuse me.
Frankie, if you'll give us, an introduction overview of the project, please.
54 North Market Street is in Council District 8. It is category 4, circa 1902 in the Old Historic District. They are requesting conceptual approval for a roof door. This is the property's location on North Market.
That's Stair Tower at Henry's.
I will turn it over to the applicant.
That is such a mess up there.
Clark Batchelder with Bethany Associates, representing the owner of Henry Glen Market. This project has gone through a few iterations over probably the past year. We've been working with Frankie and staff. We recently had to go back through zoning to get approval on the parking variance special exception to be able to occupy the remaining rooftop parcel. So it already is a rooftop and it was being occupied as a rooftop. There was a few items that we kind of had to go through before we got to today. One was getting zoning approval. The other was the Dominion power line runs fairly close to the parapet. And so the fire marshal and Dominion, pretty much closed off the area so that until we resolve that. And so a portion of the rooftop is currently occupied due to the egress requirements and occupant load up in the roof. We have to provide two means of egress. And so that's what we're looking for today is a stair cupola for that second means of egress. And so looking at the Sanborn maps and studying what was at the location where we're proposing this stair to be, we noticed that there was a courtyard at some point. The latest map is 1955, which shows that courtyard at some point in time from then. The area got infilled and is currently part of the second floor. And so, looking over the edge of the roof at the adjacent, at that exterior wall toward the adjacent property, you can see in that lower right-hand photo, the CMU construction. So it technically is historic past 50-year mark, but because we don't really know what date that is, but we know that it's not original to that structure. And so we felt that that was the best location. Currently, there was a stair on the left plan there. There was a stair that led into the whiskey room on the second floor, which was non-conforming, did not meet building code. So we were abandoning that stair. And then this shows an approved design on the right side, which we were going to relocate that second means of egress. But due to exit requirements and just overall layout and then the zoning, we decided to relocate that stair where it made more sense. So no modifications to be done on the first floor. The second floor on the left is the existing plan. Currently, there's a kind of like a satellite bar next to the stage area. And so that's where we're proposing to take that stair from the roof down to the second level and then right out to North Market Street. Fully enclosed. We've met with the building department, met with the fire marshal. They're all okay with this scenario. And it actually was originally designed to be a stair up to the roof, and then it never got built, and they ended up building a satellite bar in its place. So what we're proposing is currently there's steps that lead down onto a mechanical roof on the right-hand side of the plan. And so we would build a raised walkway over to that stair cupola that's along the right edge of that building, pretty much where that courtyard was in the Sanborn maps. And so that's new stair would go down from the roof onto the second floor. And so we feel like this is a good means of egress path. And these are just showing previously approved drawings that we had submitted. And so this is the proposed, where you can see on the right, we're sloping that roof cupola towards North Market so that the sight lines are reduced. This is a section showing that. And so you can see the sight line of that roof just touches the parapet along North Market. And it's pushed back just enough that the visibility, I don't think, is going to be a concern. And so here's some 3D views from State Street. And then these are some aerials, give you a better understanding of that cupola. We just propose to use siding materials that are very similar to what's on that rooftop currently. And so I appreciate your time.
Any questions for the applicant?
So it looks, I'm sorry, go ahead. It looks like you're reducing the massing on the roof. Is that correct? Is that what I'm saying, or? From,
The massing on the roof is not changing. We've already got deck space, and so we're essentially, a client wants to just be able to use the areas that he already has his deck, which is here and here.
okay,
I guess in this drawing, could have illustrated what's actually used currently. Currently, they're just using this rooftop as a lounge and then this little covered area because of the one means of egress right here. So to get more occupants up on the roof here and here, this would just be an egress path over to the egress.
thank you.
Yep.
It's not visible from Hanson Street.
No, this would not be visible from Manson Street. No, it's pushed.
So far back there.
Yeah, there is.
There's a bunch of junk in front of it too.
Initially looked at something on this rooftop in this area. It wasn't visible from Anson. It was the Market Street.
Yeah.
This was the approved drawing where we moved the whiskey stair inboard off the parapet because technically we weren't allowed to have. This was a cupola that was there and we got denied to take that off the historic parapet. Then we moved it back, maintaining it in the whiskey room itself. We're proposing to just abandon that idea. And essentially, this is what you would see from, if you were looking at it dead on, that red line is where the new roof cupola would be on the far side of Anson Street.
Any other questions?
Yeah. I don't see that.
Well, y'all can ask questions anytime. Thank you.
Yep.
Public comment? Frankie, forgive us city staff comments and recommendations.
Okay. Staff had a note that their perspective makes it look like this is visible from North Market Street. If so, the height of the appurtenance at the street side could be dropped, which would decrease visibility from the street, maintaining the head height for the stairs. I mean, more like to follow the pitch of the stairs. And if so, I don't think it would be visible, but it sounds like y'all are debating if it's visible to begin with. Anyway, staff recommendation was conceptual approval of board and staff conditions and final review by staff.
Thank you, Frankie. Mr. Batchelder, did you want to respond to or clarify anything in the city staff comments? All right, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
And I agree with staff's one comment that if they can drop the street side, they can take that section and make that as low as possible. That would be better.
Do we have?
Okay, that's right. No, I mean, the small window is facing.
Yeah.
Is facing Market Street, which is 24-foot side. I don't think it's visible. So, I agree with staff.
You agree?
I'm agreement.
So I would make a motion for conceptual approval. With the staff condition, with preliminary and final review by staff.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with staff condition and preliminary and final review by staff permit documents. Do I have a second to Becky's motion?
I'll second.
Thank you, Fillmore. With the motion to vote, Daryl,
Yeah, in favor.
Becky,
Yeah, in favor.
Fillmore.
Yeah, in favor.
Chair votes the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
None opposed. The motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Batchelder.
We see you.
Got a question.